There is extensive cooperation between the security/intelligence operations of 6 governments: Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay. Operation Condor 357 and Uruguay. Their intelligence services hold formal meetings to plan Operation Condor. It will include extensive FBI-type exchanges of information on shady characters. There are plans for a special communications network. These details are still secret, but broad security cooperation is not. The Southern Cone military regimes were joining forces to eradicate subversion, a word which increasingly translates into nonviolent dissent from the left and center-left, Schlotterman wrote, suggesting that Condor targets were not limited to leftist insurgents. They now coordinate intelligence activities closely and operate in each other's countries in pursuit of subversives. They have established Operation Condor to end and kill terrorists, in their own countries and in Europe. The Schlotterman report identified a number of foreign policy considerations for Kissinger to evaluate. The RST was the potential for terrorist violence to spread beyond the region to Western Europe and even the United States, a chance of serious world-scale trouble, as Schlotterman described it. If Condor undertook counter-terror operations in Europe, their targets might respond by attacking embassies and interests of the Southern Cone regimes. The industrial democracies would be the battlefield, Schlotterman predicted, much like in the case of the PLO-Israeli conflict. Of even greater concern was the possibility that police-type cooperation could evolve into formation of a political bloc. 52 In the Cold War context, the United States would be an apparent beneficiary of a right-wing Southern Cone alliance. But Washington had an image problem, Schlotterman explained. Internationally, the Latin generals look like our guys. We are especially identified with Chile. It cannot do us any good. Over the long term, these nations would become less responsive to U.S. influence, deeply divide the Western Hemisphere, and be even more prone to international violence than they already were. The report to Kissinger recommended a long-term strategic view to undercut formation of a right-wing regional bloc. Schlotterman offered several vague options, among them to depoliticize human rights by blunting U.S. pressure, and attempting to bring the potential bloc members back into our cognitive universe through systematic exchanges, among them exchanges of intelligence on subversion in the region. Surprisingly, the Schlotterman report contained no immediate action recommendations for thwarting Condor assassination ambitions. But over the next 3 weeks in August, high State Department officials, among them Kissinger, Under-Secretary of State for Political Affairs Philip Habib, Schlotterman, his deputies William Luers and Hewson Ryan, and unidentified CIA officials. 358. Deliberated what, if any, concrete policy response Washington should take to the threat of Southern Cone terrorism. Both Luers and Ryan lobbied for aggressive U.S. action to stop Condor operations. In an interview, Ryan recalled efforts to get a cable cleared with the 7th or instructing our ambassadors to go into the chiefs of state, and to warn them that this was a violation of the very basic fundamentals of civilized society. At the very time those discussions were being held, the same U.S. officials unwittingly confronted evidence of the Condor mission to kill Orlando Letelier. On August 5, Schlotterman received the alarming cable from Ambassador George Landau in Paraguay regarding the surreptitious efforts of 2 Chilean secret police agents to travel to Washington on false Paraguayan passports. Shortly thereafter, the CIA transferred to Schlotterman's office the copied passports that Deputy CIA Director Vernon Walters had received from Landau. While U.S. officials took steps to abort this highly suspicious mission, the declassified record does not indicate that they linked the murky actions of the Chilean secret police trying to gain illicit entry into the United States with CIA intelligence on planned Condor assassination operations. There appear to be no requests from Kissinger's office to the CIA to investigate, no instructions from CIA headquarters to the Santiago station to obtain an explanation, and no State Department queries to the embassy about what operations Pinochet's regime might be planning in the United States. On August 23, the State Department narrowly decided to register U.S. displeasure with the Southern Cone military regimes regarding their coordinated state-sponsored terrorism. Secretary Kissinger approved and signed a carefully worded Roger Channel cable subject, Operation Condor, to the U.S. ambassadors in all Condor nations. You are aware of reports on Operation Condor, the cable began. The coordination of security and intelligence information is probably understandable. However, government-planned and directed assassinations within and outside the territory of Condor members has most serious implications which we must face squarely and rapidly. The cable instructed the U.S. ambassador in Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay, the front-burner cases identified by the CIA to be most actively involved in plotting assassinations, to approach the highest appropriate official, preferably the chief of state in their respective countries, and issue a carefully worded démarche along the following lines. The United States was aware of information exchange and coordination, with regard to subversive activities. This we consider useful. There are in addition, however, rumors that this cooperation may extend beyond information exchange. Operation Condor 359 to include plans for the assassination of subversives, politicians, and prominent figures both within the national borders of certain Southern Cone countries and abroad. I feel impelled to bring to your attention our deep concern. If these rumors were to have any shred of truth, they would create a most serious moral and political problem. The main problem cited, that activity of this type would further exacerbate public world criticism of the governments involved. In the rank of Condor nations, Chile was Condor 1, the operational command center of these plots. Therefore, issuing the diplomatic démarche to General Pinochet appeared to be the most immediate action to counter Condor. Chile was so important, in fact, that Kissinger also instructed Ambassador David Popper to discuss the possibility of a parallel approach by him to his counterpart in the Chilean secret police, DINA. After the cable arrived in Santiago, Popper met immediately with Burton and Deputy Chief of Mission Thomas Boyett. But they rejected the idea of speaking directly to Pinochet on the grounds that he would take such offense as to render the warning ineffective. I seriously doubt that an approach to President Pinochet is the best way, Popper responded to the State Department in a cable on August 24. In my judgment, given Pinochet's sensitivity regarding pressures by the USG, he might well take as an insult any inference that he was connected with such assassination plots. Instead, Popper endorsed the idea of sending the CIA station chief to talk with Col. Manuel Contreras. Burton, he wrote, believed this would be the most effective way of getting the message across without undesirable complications. But the ambassador questioned the urgency of any approach. Has department received any word that would indicate that assassination activities are imminent? He asked, unaware that Contreras had already set the Liar operation in motion. The cable ended with Popper's request to please advise on his suggested course of action. Popper's response generated a discussion at high levels of the State Department about whether to overrule his objections or support them. On August 27, at the weekly meeting between CIA and State Department officials on Latin America, Assistant Secretary Schlotterman declared that we are not making a representation to Pinochet as it would be futile to do so. According to heavily censored minutes, the group appeared to debate the CIA approach to DINA, but it is not clear that any decision was made to order the chief of station to do so. Indeed, over the next 4 weeks no additional instructions are recorded. 360. To Ambassador Popper or the CIA station in Santiago, or any other Southern Cone embassy. On or around September 19, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Latin America Luers cabled a query to Schlotterman, who was traveling in Central America. The cable, number 231654, has not been recovered, but, in an interview Luers said he must have asked how should we proceed. U.S. Ambassador to Buenos Aires, Charles Hill had a meeting scheduled for September 21 with Argentine junta leader Gen. Jorge Videla. It is likely Luers requested instructions on whether Hill should present the Condor démarche mandated in Kissinger's August 23 instructions. Late afternoon on September 20, Schlotterman cabled back a short, negative, response. He ordered Luers to simply instruct the ambassadors to take no further action, noting that there have been no reports in some weeks indicating an intention to activate the Condor scheme. 53 In fact, the Condor scheme had already been activated. 2 DINA agents, the same ones who had attempted to travel through Paraguay, had already arrived in Washington in late August and early September. DINA's leading terrorist operative, Michael Townley, had already taped the bomb underneath Letelier's car on the evening of September 18. Less than 16 hours after Schlotterman cancelled any further action to counter Condor terrorism, Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft were killed by a terrorist attack only a few blocks from the White House. This unprecedented act of terrorism in America's capital city shook Washington officialdom, particularly those officials knowledgeable of Operation Condor and the department's abject failure to have taken prior action to deter such assassinations. But even then, the State Department hesitated and obfuscated. On the afternoon of the assassination, the INR Afternoon Summary, the top-secret intelligence paper sent over to the White House for the National Security Advisor to help prepare the President's Daily Bren, reported on Condor, but only in the context of Chile's promotion of a regional political and economic bloc in the Southern Cone. The report, prepared for General Scowcroft, described Operation Condor as the Southern Cone counter-terrorist network inspired by Chile and designed to promote information exchanges and the covert elimination of subversives. The Letelier Moft assassination wasn't mentioned. 54 On October 4, 12 days after the Letelier Moft murders and almost 6 weeks after Ambassador Popper's August 24 request for further instructions on the démarche to Chile, Schlotterman Nally drafted a Roger Channel response. It read: "We agree that our purpose can best be served through approach to Contreras, and that the issue should not repeat not be. Operation Condor 361 raised with Pinochet. Is receiving instructions to consult with you on manner and timing of approach." In a peculiar cover memo to INR's Deputy Director for Operations, William McAfee, Schlotterman wrote that "I have authority from above for this," which McAfee interpreted to mean Secretary Kissinger, and would appreciate no clearances shown. This was a highly unusual request, McAfee recalled, which effectively protected the officials who had authorized Schlotterman to send the cable. His orders also kept the cable from being shown to anyone else in the department. 55 2 days after the Schlotterman instructions arrived, the CIA station obtained intelligence on the car bombing from an informant pointing the finger of responsibility at the Pinochet regime. General Pinochet himself, according to the CIA informant, had stated that Letelier's vocal criticism of the regime was unacceptable. The source, according to the October 6 ELD report, believes that the Chilean government is directly involved in Letelier's death and feels that investigation into the incident will so indicate. 56 When the station chief approached Contreras, however, he disavowed Chile's role in any assassination. According to a CIA summary of this meeting, the DINA chief confirmed Condor's existence but denied it had a role in extrajudicial killings. 57 Even in the early stages of the investigation, the CIA had substantive evidence to show that Contreras was lying. The agency had concrete knowledge that DINA had murdered other political opponents abroad, using the same modus operandi as the Letelier case. The agency had substantive intelligence on Condor, and Chile's involvement in planning murders of political opponents in Europe. Indeed, around the time of the Letelier Moft assassination, the agency had alerted French authorities to thwart a Condor mission in Paris. Moreover, the CIA, along with the State Department, possessed the names and even the photographs of 2 DINA agents who had attempted to travel through Paraguay to Washington just weeks before the murders. Neither the agency nor the State Department expeditiously turned over what it knew to Justice Department investigators. The CIA suggested to Deputy Assistant Secretary Luers that he review the on the Paraguayan caper. But the Latin America Bureau waited a full month to provide the cable traffic, Xeroxed passports, and photos to the FBI. During that time, State Department officials, in apparent consultation with CIA counterparts, debated editing them in order to withhold information in the cables relating to the CIA, according to declassified memoranda. If the fact that we had intentionally withheld information on the Letelier investigation became public. 362. We would be subject to a storm of criticism, wrote Chile desk officer Robert Driscoll on October 15, recommending that the folly be turned over to the FBI. 58 Justice Department prosecutors were not fully briefed on what the CIA and state had known about Condor until some time after the murders took place. Instead of actively seeking to help the investigation, as John Dingas and Saul Landor recorded in Assassination on Embassy Row, unnamed intelligence officials attempted to shift attention away from Chile and promote the so-called martyr theory, Pinochet's stock argument that leftists committed the crime to create a martyr and embarrass the regime. On October 11, shortly after CIA officials spoke to Contreras, Newsweek magazine reported, the CIA has concluded that the Chilean secret police were not involved in the death of Orlando Letelier. The agency reached its decision because the bomb was too crude to be the work of experts and because the murder, coming while Chile's rulers were wooing U.S. support, could only damage the Santiago regime. The next day, the New York Times cited intelligence officials as saying that the FBI and CIA has virtually ruled out the idea that Mr. Letelier was killed by agents of the Chilean military junta, and were pursuing the possibility that Mr. Letelier had been assassinated by left-wing extremists. According to CIA officials, The Washington Post reported on November 1, operatives of the present Chilean military junta did not take part in Letelier's killing. CIA Director Bush expressed this view in a conversation late last week with Secretary of State Kissinger. 59. With their intelligence on Condor's capabilities and intentions, CIA officials along with Kissinger and his staff had ample reason to believe otherwise. The leaks to the press served to divert attention away from the true terrorists and to cover up a simple and shameful fact: official actions that could have, and should have, averted the Letelier assassinations had not been taken. Indeed, the same questions raised by the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001 was there enough intelligence to have taken steps to deter those acts of terrorism, and if so, why weren't preventative actions taken, could more readily be answered regarding the terrorist bombing of September 21, 1976. Hidden for years, the documentation showed that U.S. officials knew enough and were concerned enough about what they knew to initiate counter-terrorism actions that were, in the end, never implemented. A U.S. policy of support and sympathy for Pinochet, a blind eye toward his real and intended repression, concerns about alienating his and the other Southern Cone military regimes, and bureaucratic aversion to proactive diplomatic Operation Condor 363 postures all seemed to play a role in the Ford administration's failure to deter a crime it had generally foreseen. We were remiss, Deputy Assistant Secretary Hewson Ryan concluded. We were extremely reticent about taking a strong forward public posture, and even a private posture in certain cases, as was this case in the Chilean assassination. We knew fairly early on that the governments of the Southern Cone countries were planning some assassinations abroad in the summer of 1976. Whether if we had gone in, we might have prevented this, I don't know. But we didn't. 60. 7. Denouement of the dictator. From terrorism to transition. All of the generals are very much aware that if we have sufficient evidence on Contreras, there is no way that he would have done it without informing Pinochet, with whom he had breakfast every single day. Top Secret White House Memorandum, June 1978. Plan to disrupt Chile's plebiscite. We take seriously intelligence reports that Chilean army elements, using violence as a pretext, may try to suspend Wednesday's scheduled plebiscite if Pinochet appears to be losing. Presidential Evening Reading for Ronald Reagan, October 1988. The Letelier assassination would dominate U.S. Chilean relations for more than a decade. Along with the end of the Nixon-Ford-Kissinger era and the election of a human rights president, Jimmy Carter, the car bombing initiated a long transformation in U.S. policy toward the Pinochet regime. Carter, who blasted the Ford administration for overthrowing an elected government and helping to establish a military dictatorship during the campaign, gave new prominence to human rights as a criterion in U.S. foreign policy, but failed to hold the regime accountable for its atrocities in Washington. the Reagan administration attempted to re-establish cozy relations with the military government, only to end a U.S. policy trapped by the reality of Pinochet's act of terrorism on U.S. soil and increasingly threatened by Pinochet's efforts to perpetuate his power. During the decade between 1978, when Chilean officials were officially indicted for the assassination, and 1988, when the military regime was peacefully voted out, Washington's posture slowly evolved into an unequivocal rejection of the still violent and bloody Chilean military dictatorship. 404. Pinochet's Watergate. For more than a year it appeared the Pinochet regime had actually gotten away with the most flagrant terrorist act committed in Washington in the 20th century. Within days of the assassinations, CIA informants pointed the anger at Pinochet, and the FBI identified Dina and Operation Condor as lead suspects. Yet in September 1977 the Carter administration actually invited General Pinochet to Washington to join other Latin American leaders at the signing of the Panama Canal Treaty. During a prestigious face-to-face meeting at the White House, President Carter avoided any mention of the Letelier case and only mildly pressed his guest on human rights issues. According to the Memorandum of Conversation, President Carter/President Pinochet bilateral, Carter stated that he did not want anything to stand in the way of traditional U.S. Chilean friendship. Pinochet returned to Santiago relieved and pleased by the entire Washington experience, Deputy Chief of Mission Thomas Boyd reported. The presidential bilateral has provided Pinochet with a hefty shot in the arm. It took U.S. authorities almost 17 months to bring the Letelier investigation into Chilean territory. Cooperation from the CIA, the agency with the most evidence of Chile's international terrorist operations in its LE, was ambivalent at best. In October 1976, the White House requested the CIA Director George H.W. Bush to undertake appropriate foreign intelligence and counterintelligence information collection to support the criminal investigation. But the agency did not provide Justice Department investigators with particularly useful information, and details on the CIA's close relations with Dina chieftain Manuel Contreras appear to have been withheld from them for some time. The Chilbom investigation of the assassination of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft is the subject of two detailed accounts: Assassination on Embassy Row, authored by John Dingas and Saul Landau, and Labyrinth, by Taylor Branch and the lead assistant U.S. attorney in the case, Eugene Proper. To summarize, during the RST year the investigation focused on the anti-Castro exile community in Miami, a community well known to the FBI for its terrorist violence. Eventually, informants told FBI investigators that an exile group, the Cuban Nationalist Movement, had committed the crime at the behest of the Pinochet regime. The Justice Department submitted a set of questions to the Chilean government in mid-1977, and waited months while the Chilean government appointed an unwitting special investigator to pursue a response. Finally, in February 1978, the Justice Department presented an official letters rogatory to the Chilean regime, formally DA. 405. Manding evidence of contacts with Cuban exile terrorists, and seeking to question the two Chilean agents who had sought U.S. visas in Paraguay to travel to Washington in July 1976 before the assassinations took place. As part of the letters rogatory, U.S. officials submitted reproductions of the passport photos of Juan Williams and Alejandro Romeral, aliases for Michael Townley and Armando Fernandez Larios, that had been copied by the then U.S. ambassador to Asunción, George Landau. The break in the case came on March 3, 1978, after the FBI leaked those passport photos to reporter Jeremiah O'Leary, who published them on the front page of the Washington Star. The pictures were immediately reprinted in the Chilean press. By March 6, multiple sources had identified the photo of Williams as one Michael Vernon Townley, an American living in Santiago. As a U.S. citizen suspected of an act of terrorism in the United States, Justice Department officials immediately demanded custody of Townley. But Pinochet's officials claimed no knowledge of him or his whereabouts, all the while secretly hiding Townley in his own home. Two FBI agents and Assistant U.S. Attorney Proper to Santiago to force the issue. Under intense diplomatic pressure, Chilean intelligence officials conceded that Townley was a DINA agent and in their custody. After Sinek installing, the regime nally agreed to expel him if the United States publicly announced that Chile was cooperating in the investigation, and signed a formal accord limiting the information provided by Townley to use only in a criminal prosecution of the Letelier case. 3. On April 8, Chilean authorities put Townley on an Ecuadorian Airlines plane to Miami accompanied by 2 FBI agents. Under questioning, he provided U.S. authorities, and Chile's special military investigator, Gen. Hector Orozco, with detailed evidence of the assassination plot. Mr. Townley has implicated the highest officials of DINA in ordering Mr. Letelier murdered, Proper would report in a secret memorandum to Ambassador Landau on April 25. His confession led to a U.S. indictment of 3 high-level Chilean intelligence officers: Contreras, his deputy Pedro Espinosa, and Fernandez Larios, as well as VECNM members on August 1, 1978. 4. In early September, Washington formally requested the extradition of the 3 DINA officials. Revelations of the regime's complicity in the Letelier assassination caused a major crisis in U.S.-Chilean relations, as well as a severe scandal in Chile. The sensational developments have evoked speculation about President Pinochet's survival, CIA analysts wrote in a secret intelligence memorandum on Chile, implications of the Letelier case. The threat to the regime came not from popular opposition, but rather from internal. 406. Dissension within Pinochet's power base: the Chilean military. Numerous military officials inside the government, who despised Contreras for his concentration of power and damage to Chile's international image, believed that if Pinochet knew of the plot he should be ousted. A core group of military officers closely tied to DINA also opposed Pinochet for not giving full support to Contreras, who, while no longer head of the secret police, was still the dictator's closest military advisor. For Pinochet, the scandal threatened to become a Chilean Watergate. General Pinochet clearly understood the precarious nature of his situation. During a toast to a house full of ambassadors at a diplomatic dinner he hosted on June 23, 1978, the general openly alluded to the possibility he might be forced to resign. In a report on the dinner titled "Conversation with Pinochet He Talks of Going," Ambassador Landau noted that during a 20-minute private talk with the general later that evening, Pinochet, who normally drinks very little, had 2 scotch and sodas. His face grew redder and redder as he talked to me. At the end he was somewhat aggressive. He appeared a deeply troubled man, and his concern that he might be replaced by other military officers seems to be foremost in his mind. Recalled to Washington several days later, Landau alerted the National Security Council staff that we are approaching the end of the road in U.S.-Chilean relations, and it is only a matter of time before the army leadership realizes that the only way Chile will improve its relations with the rest of the world is by replacing Pinochet. 5. But his predictions of the demise of the Pinochet regime proved to be premature. Throughout the summer and fall of 1978, General Pinochet pursued a calculated 4-point strategy designed to cover up his regime's act of international terrorism and protect those who had perpetrated it. His action plan, the CIA station learned, was to a. Protect General Manuel Contreras from successful prosecution in the murder of Letelier, since Pinochet's political survival is dependent upon Contreras' fate. B. Stonewall any further requests from the U.S. government that would serve to build a case against Contreras and other Chileans. C. Continue to lobby the Supreme Court justices to ensure that requests for extradition of Chilean citizens following anticipated indictments are rejected. D. Continue to exploit Chilean nationalism with a covert action campaign. To portray the Letelier investigation as being politically motivated, another pretext for destabilizing the Pinochet regime. Key to Pinochet's survival was his ability to distance himself from Manuel Contreras, the dictator's closest advisor and the one person who could tie Pinochet directly to this act of terrorism. Only Contreras knew the details and degree of Pinochet's involvement in authorizing and instigating the Letelier assassination. Few would doubt, and most would assume, that if Contreras authorized this crime, he assuredly did so with Pinochet's explicit approval. According to the CIA's early assessment in May, clouding the outlook for Pinochet is the possibility that former intelligence chief General Manuel Contreras will be linked directly to the crime. Public disclosure of Contreras' guilt either through his own admission or in court testimony would be almost certain to implicate Pinochet and irreparably damage his credibility within the military. None of the government's critics and few of its supporters would be willing to swallow claims that Contreras acted without presidential concurrence. The former secret police chief is known to have reported directly to the president, who had exclusive responsibility for activities. Loyalty to Pinochet, the CIA analysts added, was no guarantee that Contreras would withhold sensitive details on operations authorized by the president, especially if he thought he were being tagged as a scapegoat. Indeed, CIA sources inside the Chilean military soon reported that Contreras had taken steps to secure his own immunity and to safeguard Pinochet's by packing up DINA records that implicated Pinochet and clandestinely sending them out of the country. On April 20, according to one informant, Contreras shipped what was described as a large number of suitcases rumored to contain DINA documents on the freighter Bandestin, bound from Punta Arenas to an unknown European location. 6 Contreras, another source would later inform U.S. military personnel, had taken extreme precautions to protect President Pinochet from direct involvement in the decision-making/authorization process in Chilean acts of international terrorism. In an intelligence cable entitled Contreras' Tentacles, the DIA reported that all government documents pertaining to the Leteliamovt assassinations in Washington in 1976 as well as the killing of Pinochet's predecessor as Army CINC, General Carlos Prats, and wife in Buenos Aires. 408. And the attempt on the life of regime opponent Bernardo Leighton in Rome in 1975, were removed by Contreras from DINA archives. Contreras made 2 copies of each document, forwarding one to Germany and one to Paraguay for safekeeping while retaining the original under his control, in storage, in the south of Chile. 7. Contreras used this evidence to protect himself, even as Pinochet tried to separate his government from the former DINA chieftain. Facing enormous pressure to mollify critics inside and outside of Chile, on March 21 Pinochet arranged the hasty resignation of Contreras from the Chilean armed forces. The Chilean army issued a perfunctory statement that Contreras had voluntarily withdrawn from active duty. But Pinochet and Contreras clearly had a secret agreement. Contreras would be protected from prosecution, in turn he would keep his knowledge of Pinochet's role to himself and help orchestrate a massive cover-up. That cover-up began in earnest after the Chilean military investigator, Gen. Hector Orozco, returned to Santiago from Debran Townley in Washington in the late spring of 1978. In statements to Orozco, Espinosa, and Fernandez Larios confirmed Townley's story. Orozco then confronted Contreras with evidence of DINA's responsibility for the car bombing. On June 23, 1978, the same day that Pinochet told Ambassador Landau that his government was making a sincere attempt to get to the bottom of the Letelier murder, CIA sources described what happened. Contreras admitted his culpability, but threatened to claim that he was acting on orders from Pinochet in the event he was prosecuted. Contreras claimed he had safely secreted documentation to support his claim. This blackmail threat worked. Orozco was obviously given orders by Pinochet to accept Contreras' cover story. Thus the cover-up began. Thereafter, General Orozco pursued no further investigation. Instead, he became a coordinator of the cover-up. In October, he destroyed the truthful statements of Espinosa and Fernandez Larios. Orozco then directed them to deceive the Chilean Supreme Court in their October 17 testimony. Pinochet personally made sure that the Supreme Court would reject any U.S. extradition request. As early as May 31, 1978, the CIA obtained high-level intelligence on Pinochet intercession with sub-CRT to prevent extradition. 409. Of Officials Re, Letelier. 8 in June the CIA's Santiago station reported, Pinochet, acting through his legal advisor Hugo Rosend, has manipulated the Supreme Court judges and now is satisfied that the court will reject extradition of any Chileans indicted. Pinochet's personal involvement in obstruction of justice also included witness tampering. When Fernández Larios, who had spied on Letelier to provide intelligence for the assassination mission, decided he wanted to go to Washington and confess to U.S. officials, Pinochet summoned him to the Defense Ministry and ordered him to stay silent. "I know you want to go to the U.S., Pinochet told him. "Be a good soldier. Wait till everything's all right. A good soldier remains at his post. Tough it out and this problem will have a happy end." This order, U.S. investigators would later conclude, directly implicates Pinochet, who was directing the cover-up. 9. Contreras's blackmail bid. The cover-up also included a massive nationalist propaganda campaign to convince Chilean citizens, as sources told the CIA, that Washington was using the investigation into the Orlando Letelier assassination as a tool to destabilize the Chilean government. 10. To rally public support, Pinochet himself undertook a political tour, denouncing Washington for interfering in Chile's internal affairs. The propaganda campaign went beyond blaming the U.S. for meddling. The regime sought to blame Washington for the actual assassination. With mounting evidence of Dina's involvement, Contreras planted the idea in the Chilean press that the CIA, not Chile, had engineered the car bombing. Throughout the summer of 1978, Contreras, his lawyers, and other Chilean officials repeatedly painted Townley as a CIA agent assigned to infiltrate Dina and embarrass the regime. Ominous hints about a foreign ambassador facilitating Townley's effort to go to Washington were also fed to Chilean reporters. These arguments were bolstered by several convenient facts. Townley was a U.S. citizen who had, in fact, tried to join the CIA. The U.S. Embassy in Paraguay had provided him and Armando Fernández Larios with visas to travel to Washington ostensibly to see CIA Deputy Director Vernon Walters. 11. Even more conveniently for Contreras's ability to confuse the Chilean public, the ambassador who had signed those visas, George Landau, was now ambassador to Santiago. 12. Contreras plans to base his defense on the premise that Michael Townley and the Cuban exiles implicated were all under CIA control, and that the agency ordered Letelier's assassination to 410. Throw blame on Pinochet and thus topple him. He also plans to implicate Ambassador Landau in this scheme, a CIA report warned headquarters. While this defense is of course fabricated completely of whole cloth, it could cause us embarrassment. 13. In Washington, U.S. officials spent considerable time discussing the Contreras problem. At an August 21 meeting between Justice, CIA, and State Department officials, U.S. Attorney Eugene Proper laid out three basic areas of concern: Contreras' relationship, the issuance of U.S. visas for Paraguayan passports, and the relationship of Condor to the case. 14. The same group of officials met the next day at the office of the CIA General Counsel to review two short reports the agency had prepared, one on Operation Condor, and the other on the top-secret history of CIA liaison relations with Contreras and collaboration with Dina. 15. At this point Contreras decided to supplement his public effort to implicate the CIA with a private threat to reveal his knowledge of, and involvement in, joint CIA-Dina covert operations directed at neighboring Latin American countries. On the evening of August 23, he placed a phone call to the home of Santiago Station Chief Comer Wiley Gilstrap or his deputy asking to discuss an urgent matter. The CIA official agreed to receive a Contreras condent, Alvaro Puga, at his house. Puga suggested that two of Contreras's lawyers, Humberto Olivaria and Sergio Miranda, would go to Washington at the end of August and negotiate a settlement in the Letelier case with the CIA, State, and Justice Departments. As the station officer related the conversation to Ambassador Landau, a blackmail hint emerged. Puga stated that if forced to defend himself, Contreras would have to reveal details. It would not be in his, Chile's or the USG's, or the other country's interest to have this information become public knowledge, but he regretfully would have no choice. Therefore, hopefully a deal can be worked out in Washington that would obviate the need for extradition requests and the subsequent public hearing. The blackmail threat, one U.S. official familiar with these communications remembered, was that if the Carter administration pursued the Liar case, Contreras would expose previous CIA espionage operations toward a specific country in which Dina had collaborated. A few weeks later, the embassy learned that Contreras's media game plan would include revelation of close 411 ties between the Dina and the CIA in the past, with names and supporting evidence. 17 To their credit, neither State Department nor CIA officials were intimidated or deterred by this bald gambit. "I said fuck Pinochet," recalled Francis McNeil, the ERA official principally responsible for the Letelier case in 1978. 18 With the CIA's agreement, McNeil drafted a cable to the embassy for the station to use in responding to Contreras. "We told them in no uncertain terms that we would not submit to blackmail," McNeil informed the Defense Department, warning that Contreras might try and approach U.S. military officials in Chile, and that no representatives or either state or CIA would meet with Contreras' representatives. 19 Contreras could say anything he wants, McNeil assured Assistant U.S. Attorney Proper. "But we're going after him." Tepid response to terrorism. On September 21, 1978, the second anniversary of the car bombing, the U.S. Justice Department presented 600 pages of records and documents to the Chilean government as part of the formal petition, under the 1902 extradition treaty with Chile, to extradite Contreras and his subordinates. The Carter administration had overwhelming evidence of the regime's responsibility and complicity. At the same time, secret/sensitive documents described detailed USG knowledge of the regime's efforts to subvert Chilean legal procedures, obstruct justice, and block extradition of the Dina officials. To redress an act of terrorism in Washington, the United States would have to overcome the Pinochet regime's concerted effort to stonewall any investigation and cover up its involvement in this crime. In great contrast to the forceful U.S. response to the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001, however, Washington's reaction in the Chile bomb attack was weak and equivocal. The Carter administration's counterterrorism policy fell victim to divisive bureaucratic competition, and a general lack of conviction to pursue justice and make the Pinochet regime pay a steep price for a terrorist act in Washington, D.C. Numerous mid-level officials in the State and Justice Departments did press hard for a comprehensive, forceful strategic response. As early as October 30, 1978, McNeil presented Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Vyern Vaki with a continuum of measures designed, as he wrote, to give dominant priority to the Liar/MOF case in the interests of justice and deterrence of other foreign intelligence agencies from similar assassinations. 20 But senior. 412. Officials chose a less activist route, preferring to wait until the case cleared the Chilean Supreme Court, with the false hopes that if Chile did not extradite its Dina officials, the Pinochet regime would at least put them on trial in Santiago. On May 13, 1979, the president of the Chilean Supreme Court, Israel Borges Montero, handed down a preordained decision denying the U.S. extradition request. Townley's confession was a paid accusation, Borges ruled, because it was part of a plea bargain agreement. All evidence derived from it was thrown out. The ruling essentially exonerated Dina of culpability for the Letelier assassination, although Borges referred suspicions regarding false testimony by the Dina officials to a Chilean military court for further study. That decision was much worse than any one of us had anticipated. The National Security Council's Latin America specialist Robert Pastor alerted the president's top security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski. U.S. policy toward Chile, he noted in a Bren memorandum, was reaching the crunch point on Liar. 21 Indeed, in Washington, the ruling created an immediate uproar in the executive branch, the press, and the Congress. One congressional initiative, led by the chairman of the House Committee on Banking, Henry Royce, called for terminating the regime's economic lifeline, private U.S. bank loans that totaled over $1 billion until the Dina agents were extradited. To express its diplomatic dissatisfaction, on May 16 the State Department recalled Ambassador Landau for consultations on next steps as well as to convince Congress not to prematurely legislate sanctions against the Pinochet regime. The Carter administration, however, responded with caution and relative inaction. The State Department decided only to appeal Borges's ruling to the entire Supreme Court and issue a diplomatic démarche warning of serious consequences for U.S.-Chilean relations if the ruling was not reversed. The internal policy debate focused on the wording and tenor of Ambassador Landau's instructions on expressing U.S. dismay. At a May 24 interagency meeting chaired by Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher, Assistant U.S. Attorney Proper argued for a much more forceful approach. "We understand your position," the State Department's number 3 man, David Newsom, told Proper. "But you must also understand that we have to take this matter in the context of our entire range of bilateral relations with Chile." Proper's response reeked at his incredulity at such a passive reaction to international terrorism. "The Littlier case," he noted, "is our relations with Chile." 22 To be sure, Ambassador Landau's instructions did contain forceful lan. 413. Gage. When he returned to Santiago from Washington on June 2, Landau issued a statement at the airport rebuking the regime. "One should not lose sight that in this case U.S. sovereignty has been violated. And not by word but by deed. We should not forget that 2 persons, a former foreign diplomat and an American citizen, were killed in cold blood right in the heart of our nation's capital. If this terrorist act is not a violation of our sovereignty, then I don't know what is. We cannot allow terrorist acts of this nature to go unpunished." Relations between Chile and the United States are approaching a crossroads, Landau warned. If the ruling stood and the DINA officials went free, the Chilean government would be held responsible for harboring international terrorists with all due consequences. "If these men walk the streets," the démarche concluded, "I assure you that the reaction of my government, of the U.S. Congress, and of the American people will be severe." 23 In fact, on October 1, 1979, when the full Supreme Court not only upheld the Borges ruling but overruled his recommendation for a military court investigation into possible perjury by Contreras and Espinosa, the Carter administration's reaction was indecisive. Far from expressing outrage that an act of state-sponsored terrorism would now go unpunished, the U.S. government agencies with military, economic, and diplomatic interests in maintaining ties with Chile all began furiously lobbying to protect their bureaucratic turfs from becoming part of any forthcoming sanctions. At the White House, Brzezinski, along with Defense Secretary Harold Brown, opposed what they called aimless punitive actions. Even though the accumulated evidence had been used to convict the 3 Cuban exile terrorists in a U.S. district court earlier that year, some U.S. officials questioned the strength of the Justice Department's case against the DINA officials. The result was a set of largely symbolic sanctions that had no impact on the Pinochet regime. At the State Department, the Office of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs led by Assistant Secretary Patricia Darien and her deputy Mark Schneider found itself waging a lonely battle for strong retaliatory measures. On the 3rd anniversary of the crime, Darien sent a secret options memo to Deputy Secretary Warren Christopher laying out numerous proposals for sanctions. These ranged from the symbolic pulling the Peace Corps out of Chile to the substantive persuade private bank lenders to halt resources. U.S. actions, she argued, should be strong enough to demonstrate clearly that the governments engaged in interna. 414. National terrorism, and those harboring its perpetrators, will suffer penalties. 24 In an October 12 follow-up memorandum to Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, Darien reiterated the need for vigorous sanctions to deter further such government-supported assassinations and to wreak our outrage at this violation of our U.S. sovereignty. Failure to take such steps, she added, would strengthen Pinochet and those opposed to an accelerated return to democracy. 25 But States Latin America Bureau, ERA, opposed substantive sanctions. The head of ERA, Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Viren Vaki, the same official who had, 8 years earlier, tried to persuade Kissinger not to pursue covert intervention against Allende, preferred not to compromise ongoing U.S. Chilean bilateral relations. Vaki also opposed accepting the premise that the DINA agents were guilty. I am disturbed by the too easy mindset and assumptions we get into of stating the defendants are guilty, are terrorists, and there is miscarriage of justice, he wrote in an October 12 cover memo to Secretary Vance, transmitting a list of 19 potential actions against Chile. We should not be so self-righteous and outraged, but careful and measured. He should react just coldly and not as an avenging angel, however good the latter makes us feel. Vaki's position found an ally at the National Security Council, Robert Pastor. I have never been comfortable with the way state has handled the Littleier case, Pastor wrote to Brzezinski after a preliminary draft list of sanctions landed on his desk on October 11. I have been unable to comprehend the transformation of the U.S. from government to prosecutor to judge, which is where we currently are. Pastor, who was deliberately kept out of the loop by Justice and State Department officials, informed Brzezinski that the State Department had failed to justify its rejection of the Chilean Supreme Court ruling. That case may exist, he wrote, but I haven't seen it yet, and I have asked repeatedly for it. 26 In an interagency meeting on October 15 to discuss sanctions against Chile, Pastor asked again, putting this question directly to Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Barcella, are we that content in the evidence that we presented that we can say with assurance that the decision of the Chilean Supreme Court was in fact in error? Barcella, who passed out autopsy photographs of the victims to remind the bureaucrats of the human nature of this crime, responded that the evidence was overwhelming. 27 We have unequivocal proof, he told Pastor and 30 other officials, of the most heinous act of political terrorism ever committed in the nation's capital. We have proven that it was agents of a foreign power who carried it out. That foreign power has now blatantly rejected our request to see that justice is done, and it's up to the people in this room to respond. 28 On October 19, Secretary Vance transmitted to President Carter via a special Alpha channel the null State Department recommendations for sanctions against Chile. 19 options had been whittled down to 6, among them terminating $7 million of military equipment still in the foreign military sales pipeline to Chile, ending the overseas private investment program, suspending export-import bank credits, canceling export licenses for purchases by the Chilean military, and withdrawing all 4 members of the U.S. Mill Group stationed in Santiago. Gone were what Vance labeled extreme measures such as a cut-off of private bank loans, and an indefinite recall of the U.S. ambassador to Chile. Steps of this sort, he wrote the president, would not serve our interests in Chile or elsewhere. The White House decided to reduce the sanctions even further. On October 26, President Carter approved 4 of the 6 recommendations, 29 and changed the proposal to withdraw the U.S. Mill Group to a simple reduction of 2 members. 30 The president, as Brzezinski wrote in a secret memo to Vance titled Littleier/Moft Case and U.S. Policy to Chile, had determined that these actions would constitute a strong reaffirmation of our determination to resist international terrorism and a deterrent to those who might be tempted to commit similar acts within our borders. But the saga of the sanctions did not end there. For almost weeks, administration officials delayed announcement of the U.S. response. Initially the delay was intended to avoid an adverse impact on congressional consideration of a U.S. aid package for Latin America. Then, on November 4, the U.S. experienced another act of terrorism when Iranian fundamentalists swarmed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking the staff hostage and demanding that the Carter administration return the Shah, who had come to the U.S. for medical treatment. Vance again delayed announcement of the Chile sanctions, fearing that they could be used to bolster Iranian demands for extradition of the Shah. The Chilean issue will not go away, and the longer the Iranian crisis goes on, the more likely people will begin drawing parallels between the 2 cases, Pastor advised Brzezinski on November 19. In a secret/eyes-only memorandum titled The Littleier Case: A Time to Reassess, Pastor recommended you speak to the president about reconsidering the decisions on Chile in light of the crisis in Iran. The sanctions were not reconsidered, but U.S. officials did redraft the 416 language used to announce them. Instead of tying the measures to Chile's refusal to extradite the DINA terrorists, the administration focused on the Pinochet regime's refusal to conduct a full and fair investigation of this crime. At a press bren on November 30, 2 full months after the Chilean Supreme Court ruling, White House Press Secretary Hodding Carter announced the measures, stating that the regime has, in effect, condoned this act of international terrorism. In his null comment, the presidential spokesman noted that the press had made comparisons between the Liar case and the ongoing Iranian hostage crisis. There is only one link between those two situations, he concluded. Both involve egregious acts of international terrorism, and in both cases our responses wreaked our determination to resist such terrorist acts, wherever they occur. Reagan and Pinochet. U.S. sanctions imposed on Chile lasted approximately 1 year. 31 Soon after Ronald Reagan's inauguration, in his very RST policy gesture toward Latin America, his administration announced that it would rescind Jimmy Carter's limited measures against the Pinochet regime. At the same time, Reagan's new foreign policy team began working behind the scenes to restore positive U.S. relations with the regime. You asked about our Chile policy. Reagan's Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, wrote in a secret memo to the new president on February 16, 1981. In the next few days I plan to lift the prohibition on Exim Bank Nansing and approve Dodd's invitation list for this year's Unitas naval exercise, to include Chile. These are the two most annoying aspects of current policy under executive branch control. We will have a full interagency review in about 1 month to decide on further adjustments. Ironically, Reagan had ridden a wave of public outrage against terrorism into the Oval Office. It is high time that the civilized countries of this world made it plain that there is no room worldwide for terrorism, he declared on the eve of his election. When it came to Chile, the White House made clear, there was a little room after all. The new president himself was a member of a small clique of right-wing ideologues who had shamelessly cast the victim as villain, and actively disseminated the regime's specious martyr theory that leftists carried out the car bombing. In 1978, Reagan used his nationally broadcast radio program to accuse Liar of being an unregistered foreign agent with links to international Marxist and terrorist groups. As the future president told his listeners, a question worth asking is whether Liar might have been murdered by his own masters. Alive he could be. 417. Compromised, dead he could become a martyr. 32 In testimony before Congress, Reagan's new ambassador-at-large, Gen. Vernon Walters, rationalized the Letelier car bombing as a mistake comparable to Napoleon's murder of the Duke of Enghien. As Walters summed up the new administration's attitude, you can't rub their noses in it forever. 33 In the reconquered political priorities of President Reagan and his advisors, Pinochet's avid anti-communism far outweighed his violent atrocities. The fact that the regime had sponsored an act of terrorism on a Washington street, for these policymakers, did not make it any less pro-American. Indeed, Pinochet epitomized the moderate autocrat friendly to American interests, as the new UN. Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick characterized authoritarian military rulers in her famous commentary article, Dictatorships and Double Standards, which attacked Jimmy Carter's policy on human rights. 34 The Chileans could be counted on as an ideological ally in the battle against Soviet Unions in the hemisphere and a supporter of a hardline, militarist U.S. approach to revolutionary upheaval in Central America in the 1980s. In addition, Reagan officials saw Chile as a model for the free market, monetarist economic policies the administration intended to implement. The Reagan administration, Kirkpatrick declared in the summer of 1981, shares the same convictions as the architects of Chile's economic policy that a free market approach will prove more effective in restoring fully the economic strength in the United States. After 4 years of tense relations with the Carter administration, General Pinochet viewed Washington's renewed support as vindication and validation. The Reagan era, Chilean officials expected, portended an end to the country's international isolation as a pariah nation. 7 years ago, Pinochet began telling Chilean audiences within 2 months of Reagan's election, "We found ourselves alone in the world in our anti-communist position in opposition to Soviet imperialism, and our decision in favor of a socio-economic free enterprise system. Today," he declared, "we form part of a pronounced worldwide tendency, and I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is not Chile that has changed its position." The Reagan team moved quickly to embrace the regime, and normalize bilateral relations estranged during the 4 years of the Carter administration. Public pronouncements of U.S. friendship became frequent. In July 1981, the administration began voting in favor of multilateral bank loans to Chile in contemptuous violation of the 1977 International Financial Institutions Act, mandating a no vote on loans to governments that engage in a consistent pattern of human rights violations. 35 At the United Nations, Ambassador Kirkpatrick now voted against a special human rights rapporteur to investigate abuses in Chile. 418. Diplomatic exchanges, unheard of since the days of Henry Kissinger's warm support for the junta, also increased significantly. In late February 1981, Reagan sent his special envoy General Walters to see Pinochet. Walters conveyed a private message from Secretary Haig, and briefed the dictator on U.S. counterinsurgency operations in El Salvador. "We spoke as old friends," Walters reported back in a secret memorandum of conversation. "He was obviously very pleased to see me. He offered full support and said he would do anything we wanted to help us in the Salvadoran situation." 36 In August, Ambassador Kirkpatrick also traveled to Santiago, meeting with military and business leaders but avoiding pro-democracy and human rights groups. "We had a very pleasant tea," Kirkpatrick told reporters as she emerged from a private meeting with Pinochet. "My conversation with the president had no other fundamental purpose than for me to propose to him my government's desire to fully normalize our relations with Chile." In an overview of her visit, the Santiago embassy cabled Washington that Pinochet had responded immediately and warmly to the basic themes of her statements on the U.S. desire to rebuild cooperative and equitable ties. In sum, the embassy reported, Ambassador Kirkpatrick's visit was extremely valuable in accelerating the return to cooperative relations. Repealing the Kennedy Amendment. Normalizing relations required removing the legislative bans on military and economic assistance to Chile. Through the spring and fall of 1981, the administration lobbied hard for repeal of the Kennedy Amendment. Pinochet's closest ally in the U.S. Senate, Jesse Helms, led the attack, brushing away arguments that Washington should not be providing military aid to a terrorist government. Littleyer, he claimed without a shred of proof, was an agent of terrorism. On the floor of the U.S. Senate, Helms then proceeded to justify the assassination. "He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword." 37 The bill to repeal the Kennedy Amendment passed, but with significant conditions on renewing U.S. military support to Pinochet. The null legislation, enhanced by human rights lobbyists in the House of Representatives, stated that any U.S. weapons or equipment sales, credits or military services would require President Reagan to certify that the government of Chile has made significant progress in complying with internationally recognized human rights. The government of Chile is not aiding and abetting international terrorism. 419. The government of Chile has taken appropriate steps to cooperate to bring to justice those indicted in connection with the murders of Orlando Littleyer and Ronnie Moft. The Reagan administration had no problem certifying Chile on human rights grounds despite the regime's ongoing high-profile atrocities. On February 26, 1982, CNI agents brutally murdered Chile's most famous trade union leader, Tucapel Jimenez, who was organizing a united labor front to oppose the regime's economic and political repression. He was found shot in the head and garroted to the point of decapitation. Yet, only 2 weeks later, Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Enders traveled to Santiago to confer with Chilean officials and, according to one cable, reiterated that the human rights question was not our immediate concern. but the certification clause on the Leteliamovt case did cause immediate concern. Both the FBI and the Justice Department actively opposed certification of Chilean cooperation, and were quite willing to say so publicly. They haven't done spit, Assistant U.S. Attorney Barcela told the Washington Post about Pinochet's government. In fact, they've been dilatory and obstructionist. Barcela and his colleagues drafted a highly classified 12-page catalog listing the regime's failure to cooperate and conduct its own investigation, and its multiple attempts, including the falsification of evidence, to obstruct the U.S. investigation. Privately, FBI and justice officials warned the State Department that they would testify before Congress that any presidential certification was unfounded and false. You may or may not know that the DOJ seems strongly opposed to certification with respect to the Liar case, as is the FBI. Then Assistant Secretary for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Elliot Abrams warned in an eyes-only memo to one of Secretary Haig's deputies, Lawrence Eagleburger. This seems to me to make it impossible to certify, for the only acceptable action on the part of the GOC might put half the government in jail. Pressuring the Justice Department to change its position, Abrams counseled, would be a public relations disaster. I don't know whether there is anything the Chileans can do for us to satisfy the demands of Congress, he advised Eagleburger. What I am sure of is that significant opposition in the DOJ exists and that any attempt to steamroller the DOJ will be extremely damaging front-page news. 38 Abrams joined a number of other bureaus in the State Department in recommending to Secretary Haig that the president not certify Chile along with Argentina, as Haig had planned in March 1982. A secret options memorandum, presidential determinations authorizing security assistance, and 420 arms sales for Argentina and Chile presented to the Secretary by 7 deputies and assistant secretaries, warned that the Chile certification will be particularly controversial. On improvements in human rights there had been none since. The Leteliamovt case posed even larger problems, the memo acknowledged. To claim Chile had cooperated in the pursuit of justice was an extremely difficult proposition to sustain and to defend. Some bureaus worried that the certification would also weaken our emphasis on countering international terrorism. But there was an even larger issue for those opposing the Chile certification, compromising Reagan's top foreign policy priority of escalating U.S. counterinsurgency operations in Central America. To sustain U.S. military involvement in the region, the administration had already sent one mendacious certification on El Salvador to an increasingly skeptical Congress, and was preparing another. The recent certification on El Salvador was even more acrimonious and difficult than we had anticipated, the authors reminded Haig. The Chile certification, particularly the clause on the Leteliamovt case, would hurt the credibility of future appeals to lawmakers. An important question is whether sending the Chile certification will so damage our credibility on human rights as to coalesce the opposition, and therefore have a dangerous spillover effect on our El Salvador policy and serve to discredit the president's upcoming Caribbean Basin initiative. This argument prevailed, the Reagan White House deferred certifying Chile. By the time the administration had nearly achieved a consensus in Congress on massive intervention in Central America in 1986, however, U.S. policy interests in providing military assistance and sales to the Pinochet regime had been overtaken by events, and there was a stronger policy posture against certification. As one internal State Department memorandum noted, we do not believe Chile has met the criteria. Iran-Contra, the Chilean connection. Ironically, the Reagan administration sought carte blanche on military assistance to Chile, in part as a way of enlisting Pinochet's support in the Central American imbroglio. In 1980 and 1981, the Chilean regime provided substantive training and tactical advice to Salvador's cutthroat military forces. In Nicaragua, Chile was considered a potential ally in the National Security Council's illicit pro-insurgency paramilitary campaign against the Sandinista government, particularly after the U.S. Congress cut funding for CIA support of the Contra War in October 1984. In late 1984, declassified White House memoranda reveal, Lt. Col. Oliver North, The NSC official in charge of sustaining the Contras after the congressional ban on the CIA, secretly turned to the Pinochet regime for a key weapons system, the British-made blowpipe missile. The Sandinistas were attacking Contra positions with sophisticated Soviet-provided Hind helicopters. North's advisors told him that the Contras needed these shoulder-held anti-aircraft weapons. In a memorandum to the President's National Security Advisor, Robert McFarlane, dated December 20, and stamped top secret, North wrote that he had been informed that blowpipe surface-to-air missiles may be available for use by FDN in dealing with the Hind helicopters. This information was passed through an appropriate secure and source-protected means to Adolfo Calero, who proceeded immediately to Santiago. Entries in North's notebooks indicated that Calero and his delegation were in Chile between December 7 and 17, 1984. On December 17, North recorded the following phone conversation with Calero. Call from Barnaby returned from Chile: 48 blowpipes, free 8 launchers, 25 KEA. Have to inform BRTS 6, 10 pers for training. Starts 2 Jan. Will have to buy some items from Chileans which are somewhat more expensive. Deliver by sea with trainers by end of Jan. The Chileans, as North advised McFarlane, had offered 48 missiles, launchers, and training for up to 10 3-man teams from the FDN on a no-cost basis. Calero, North added, will dispatch the trainees to Chile on December 23. There was one complication, however. In his December 20 memo, titled Follow-up with Thatcher Re, Terrorism and Central America, North noted that the Chileans had said they would need to obtain British permission for the transfer of the blowpipes. North proposed having President Reagan discreetly ask British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher to intercede on the Contras' behalf. This RST initiative to get missiles from Chile ran into additional complications. On January 3, 1985, according to North's notebook entry for that 422 day, Calero informed him that the Pinochet regime wanted to include ammunition and mortar rounds in the deal that were too expensive. As Calero put it, the blowpipe deal is off. But additional attempts followed over the next 15 months. Encrypted cables and secret email messages between North and McFarlane's successor, Admiral John Poindexter, show that throughout the spring of 1986, NSC officials tried to obtain a British re-export license for Chile to arrange a quick transfer of 6 to 10 BP. Their elaborate scheme called for Short Brothers, the Belfast-based manufacturer of the blowpipe missile, to facilitate the transfer of the weapons from Chile to the Contra forces through El Salvador, using falsified end-user certificates, a document required in major arms sales. An obscure entry under current obligations in the handwritten account ledger kept by North's Contra arms supplier for May 1986 reads BP $1 million Chile, suggesting that a substantial payment was expected to be made on the blowpipe deal. We are trying to end a way to get 10 blowpipe launchers and 20 missiles from Chile through the Short Brothers. Rep. North reported to McFarlane over an encoded computer line on March 26, adding, "The VP from Short Brothers sought me out several mo's ago and I met with him again. Short Brothers, the MFGR of the blowpipe, is willing to arrange the deal, conduct the training and even send UK tech reps FWD if we can close the arrangement. Declassified has already paid 10% down on the delivery and we have a EUC which is applicable to Chile. But the issue of Pinochet's human rights atrocities came back to haunt this highly covered operation. Unaware of the secret approach to the Pinochet regime, the State Department inadvertently undermined the deal. Unfortunately," North continued, "the week all this was going to closure we decided to go forward. Pinochet's officials were furious with what they considered as the Reagan administration's betrayal. The arrangement is now on ice," North told McFarlane, "and we are casting about for a way to tell the Chileans that we would be pleased if this all went through." 39. 423. Abandoning the dictator. The Reagan administration's sponsorship of a UN resolution critical of Chile's human rights record marked a slow shift away from its early uncritical embrace of the Pinochet regime. Ironically, At the very moment North's Contra representatives were secretly seeking military assistance in Santiago, the State Department initiated a major internal policy review on Chile. On December 13, 1984, Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Langhorne A. Motley held the RST of 3 meetings with the Riga high-level restricted interagency group made up of state, CIA, DOD, and NSC officials to seek authorization to revamp U.S. policy toward Pinochet. On December 20, the very same day as North submitted his request for Reagan's help in obtaining British support for the transfer of the missiles from Chile, Motley presented a draft policy proposal to the Deputy Secretary outlining an activist but gradual approach to try to enhance an orderly and peaceful transition to democracy in Chile. This reassessment was based on increasing instability in Chile, which set off alarm bells throughout a national security bureaucracy already obsessed with the upheaval in Central America. According to the policy paper, U.S. interests would be best served by Pinochet's leadership of a real and orderly transition to democracy. However, it is increasingly evident that Pinochet is unlikely to lead such a transition. While ostensibly serving U.S. anti-communist interests in the short run, Pinochet's intransigence on democracy is creating instability in Chile inimical to U.S. interests. Fostering a moderate center in Chilean politics, Motley stated in a familiar refrain, would be key to protecting long-term U.S. interests. The aim of a new U.S. policy approach would be strengthening the disorganized moderates, specifically, weaning them away from the radical left. Pinochet's protracted crisis of power created the catalyst for U.S. concerns. As CIA analysts summed up the situation in a succinct 1984 intelligence report, Pinochet under pressure, the Chilean political scene had changed, irreversibly we believe, over the last 2 years. Public attitudes toward the government's free market policies have been soured by a recession. Trade unions and political parties have undergone a revival that has brought political life back to Chile. Radical leftists have become more politically active, holding public 424 meetings and participating in informal discussions with moderate parties, and the Chilean Communist Party has developed a nationwide organizational base that is second only to the Christian Democratic Party. The number, sophistication, and boldness of radical leftist terrorist attacks have escalated dramatically in the last 10 months, prompting an increase in right-wing extremist attacks against political opposition groups. Military solidarity with Pinochet has suffered its RST strains over differences in how to handle political dissent and the timetable for returning Chile to civilian rule. The military regime's problems began in mid-1982 when the country suffered its worst economic recession since the Great Depression. Gross national product plummeted by 14%, unemployment rose to 30%. Chile's foreign debt reached $19 billion, then the highest per capita debt in the world. The economic miracle created by the University of Chicago trained students of free market guru and regime advisor Milton Friedman, was discredited. The economic crisis reinvigorated the opposition to Pinochet, which increasingly included members of the conservative upper middle class hit hard by financial losses. Across the social spectrum, political parties, human rights organizations, trade unionists, and church groups all began the arduous task of mobilizing a national coalition to end military rule and restore democracy. On May 11, 1983, the opposition held the RST National Day of Protest that El Mercurio called the most serious challenge which the government has faced in almost 10 years. Thereafter, major street demonstrations and other displays of organized public discontent became frequent. At the same time, the Chilean Communist Party began a major campaign to regroup and revitalize its constituents. The more militant wing of the PCCH created an armed faction, the Manuel Rodriguez Patriotic Front, which carried out attacks on government installations. On September 7, 1986, the Patriotic Front boldly attempted to ambush and assassinate General Pinochet. The regime responded to these manifestations of opposition by attempting to siphon off the moderate civilian leaders while unleashing the military's apparatus of repression. Between May and September 1983, 80 people were shot and killed, over 5,000 arrested. At the same time, Pinochet reshuffled his cabinet and appointed a well-known moderate conservative, Sergio Jarpa, as interior minister. He authorized Jarpa to hold a dialogue with moderate political parties regarding the 1980 constitution that the junta had 425 pushed through to legitimize Pinochet and gave him the opportunity to extend his personal dictatorship to the near end of the century. Pinochet cast his 1980 constitution as providing a protected and safe transition back to democracy. Its provisions allowed for him to hold a yes/no plebiscite in 1989 on a military candidate put forth by the junta to be president until 1997, the candidate being Pinochet himself. In the extremely unlikely event that the no vote won, according to the constitution, Pinochet would remain in power for another 17 months until controlled elections for a civilian president and Congress were held. Thereafter, he would remain commander-in-chief of the armed forces until 1997. The military would be given a set of seats in the new Senate and would continue to control policy through a National Security Council with widespread powers. The opposition, including the centrist political parties, rejected the 1980 constitution as illegitimate. It had been drafted by the military and voted on in a heavily manipulated plebiscite that was neither free nor fair. As the CIA's Directorate of Intelligence acknowledged in a comprehensive report, the regime had left no stone unturned in assuring the passage of the constitution, resorting to extensive intimidation of opposition groups, arbitrary measures to undercut the efforts of those advocating a no vote, and at least some fraud during the balloting and tabulation of the votes. 41 In Jarpa's dialogue with a coalition of non-communist political parties called the Democratic Alliance, opposition leaders pressed for an accelerated timetable for the restoration of democracy, and called for Pinochet to resign and the secret police to be disbanded. The regime refused to yield on any opposition demands, and the dialogue disintegrated. In late 1984, Pinochet declared a state of siege under which the CNI escalated its brutal political assassinations of leftist leaders. In February 1985 he read Jarpa and ended any effort at negotiations with pro-transition forces. The Reagan administration now faced a dilemma similar to the one its predecessor confronted in Iran and Nicaragua: how to handle a stagnating, belligerent, and isolated dictatorship, now an embarrassment, and increasingly a danger, to U.S. political and international interests. For Washington, the situation had implications that reached beyond Santiago, extending to Central America, Europe, and Capitol Hill. In the administration's relations with Congress, Chile had become a major liability. The Pinochet regime had made a mockery of Reagan's claims that quiet diplomacy, reinforced by cozy relations, would prove effective in advancing the cause of human rights. The results weakened the credibility of similar arguments administration spokesmen made virtually every week on El Salvador and Guatemala. More importantly, the Chile policy revealed the utter hypocrisy of the administration's pressure on Congress to provide 426 tens of millions in paramilitary assistance for the Contra War in the name of promoting democracy in Nicaragua, while failing to take any active steps to press Pinochet for a return to civilian rule. Numerous congressmen, and a number of European allies troubled by U.S. policy in both Central America and Chile, cited this double standard in Reagan's approach to Pinochet. Not until March 1986, after the collapse of two other long-standing U.S. client regimes, Marcos in the Philippines and Duvalier in Haiti, did the president vow to oppose tyranny in whatever form, whether of the left or the right. Topping the list of policy concerns, however, was that Pinochet's intransigence with the centrist opposition had fostered instability and insurgency, helping to revitalize the very leftist forces in Chile that the regime, with U.S. support, had sought to brutally eradicate. In the State Department's policy review, officials underscored this point. The failure of pro-transition forces in the GOC, both military and civilian, and pro-negotiation forces in the opposition, to reach an understanding during the past 15 months, has created conditions favorable to the apparent attempt by the PCCH to launch an armed Tupamaros or Montoneros type insurgency in Chile. Continued delay in reaching such an agreement will encourage the PCCH in its policy of violent opposition to Pinochet. During a 4-day trip to Santiago in mid-February 1985, Assistant Secretary Motley privately told the Chilean dictator that if he were writing the script for the communists, he couldn't write it better than he was doing then. 42 Motley's trip was supposed to be the RST salvo in a new U.S. policy effort to press Pinochet to end common ground with the non-communist opposition on negotiating a transition. But the Assistant Secretary's warm public endorsements of the regime overshadowed whatever private pressure he brought from Washington. In an interview with El Mercurio, he stated the world owed Chile a debt of gratitude for overthrowing Allende. At an airport press conference as he left, he noted that the future of Chile is in Chilean hands, and from what I've seen those are good hands. The Motley visit, according to a subsequent State Department assessment, was probably a net plus for Pinochet and resulted in no increased leverage for the U.S. on the transition. In his own after-action report to Secretary of State George Shultz, Motley shared several superficial conclusions. Pinochet was as formidable a head of government as we face in this hemisphere. Pinochet does not respond to external pressure, Chile and therefore our interests are headed for trouble. 427. Over the long haul. He offered only vague ideas on how maybe we can quietly help enhance the situation internally. As ERA Assistant Secretary, his position was to continue to use quiet diplomacy to gently nudge Pinochet and the military. In his memorandum to Schultz, Motley complained that public criticism by Assistant Secretary for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs Elliot Abrams was not in consonance with agreed to U.S. policy, and could only exacerbate the situation. 43 Within a few months, however, Abrams replaced Motley as Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs. Under Abrams, who also assumed a key policy role in the illegal Contra resupply operations, the U.S. approach to Chile focused more aggressively on pressing elements of the military government toward a transition. To put the regime on notice, Washington began abstaining on votes on multilateral development bank loans. In internal memoranda, Abrams claimed credit for using this tactic to convince the regime to lift the state of siege in June 1985. At the same time, through stepped-up contacts and communications, Washington sought to separate the Christian Democrats from the leftist opposition, and push them into collaboration with the rightist civilian political interests. U.S. policymakers enlisted the Afulcio to back non-Marxist labor unions in Chile. Washington also approached the British, Germans, and the Vatican to coordinate unions and pressure on the Chilean military and centrist and center-right politicians. In an Oval Office meeting on September 6, 1985, Secretary of State Schultz briefed President Reagan on the policy now being implemented in his name. "We are not trying to overthrow Pinochet," Schultz told the president, according to his talking points. There is increasing evidence that he is becoming an obstacle to the gradual evolution in Chilean politics that would favor our interest in a peaceful transition to a civilian elected government. Pinochet's intransigence would lead to Chile becoming increasingly polarized, Schultz explained, which would benefit the communists. The United States would continue to seek cooperation, dialogue, and compromise, he assured Reagan, according to a memorandum prepared for the meeting, but there is a growing tension between our national interest in orderly and peaceful transition and Pinochet's apparent desire to hang on indefinitely. In the fall of 1985, the Reagan administration used the appointment of a new ambassador to Chile, Harry Barnes, to make a stronger and more open statement about U.S. support for a return to civilian rule. When Barnes presented his credentials to Pinochet in mid-November, he pointedly remarked, "The ills of democracy can best be cured by more democracy." He then gave Pinochet a personal letter from Ronald Reagan. The letter reviewed the support and cooperation the administration had given to the regime since 1981, but noted that future cooperation would be conditioned by 428. Deniable progress toward a democratic transition. Just as in Central America the full exercise of personal and political liberties has helped the struggle against communist subversion, progress in Chile will be similar aid, the US president wrote to Pinochet. I feel even more strongly than ever that evident progress toward full democracy in Chile is needed. Rodrigo Rojas. The murder by immolation of a Chilean teenager, Rodrigo Rojas, drove the null wedge between Washington and the Pinochet regime. Rojas was a legal American resident. He had come to Washington, D.C. in 1977 at age 10 as a refugee with his younger brother and mother, Veronica de Negri, herself a torture victim and political prisoner after the coup. For 11 formative years, Rojas grew up in the activist Chilean exile community in the nation's capital, involving himself in numerous human rights and solidarity activities against the Pinochet regime. He became an avid and skilled amateur photographer, and developed a fascination for Jane's Defense Weekly and encyclopedias on armaments and military equipment. He was a dear friend of mine. 44 I knew him to be smart and candent, curious but cocky and very impulsive as teenagers are wont to be. As he grew older, he became increasingly agitated about returning to his homeland. In May 1986, Rojas dropped out of his last semester at Woodrow Wilson High School, and returned to Santiago to do freelance photography and participate in the growing opposition to the regime. On July 2, he joined a student street demonstration in the barrio of Los Nogales to photograph the protest movement. Rojas and another protester, Carmen Quintana, were intercepted by an army street patrol. As doctors who later treated them at a neighborhood clinic told U.S. Embassy officials, soldiers surrounded them and began to beat them. It is reported that the beating was severe and that Rojas attempted to shield Quintana. The soldiers then sprayed them with a flammable substance and set them on re. The soldiers then wrapped blankets around them, threw them into a military vehicle, drove them to the town of Quilicura, just north of Santiago, where they threw them out of the vehicle into a ditch. They were then sighted by a passerby. 45. Both Rojas and Quintana survived the initial beating and burning. They were taken to a small clinic, the Posta Central, where their treatment was described as archaic and insufficient. The director of the clinic, under Pres. 429. Sure from the military, prevented them from being transferred to a fully equipped burn unit at a major hospital. After 4 days of inadequate care, at 3:50 p.m. on July 6, 19-year-old Rodrigo Rojas died. 46. The horrific nature of the crime, and the fact that Rojas was a resident of Washington transformed this atrocity into an international human rights scandal. The case of Los Quemados, the burned ones, provoked an outrage around the world, and sent a shockwave through Capitol Hill, as Declassified State Department memos admitted, reinvigorating harsh criticism of the regime. The case received so much media coverage that even President Reagan was briefed on developments. In a presidential evening reading paper, Declassified Secret/Unintel/Naforn/No-Contract/Orcan, Reagan was informed that Pinochet had labeled Rojas and Quintana terrorists and victims of their own Molotov cocktails, even as Chile's own intelligence service has engeared army personnel as clearly involved. 47. An internal investigation by the Chilean Carabineros quickly identified the army patrol and its commander, Lt. Pedro Fernandez Diduz, as responsible, sources reported to the embassy. But Pinochet personally rejected any evidence of the military's guilt. 48. His regime soon set out to intimidate all witnesses that could identify the army personnel. One eyewitness was kidnapped, blindfolded, and threatened if he did not change his testimony, the DIA reported in a top-secret rough Umbra cable. Some members of the government will quite likely continue to intimidate the witnesses in order to persuade them to change their testimony, thereby clearing the military. In a symbolic gesture of protest against the regime, Ambassador Barnes and his wife joined Veronica de Negri in attending the Rojas funeral on July 11. During the burial procession, Barnes and 5,000 mourners were assaulted with water cannon and tear gas from military units to disperse the crowd. To add insult to injury, the government then planted accusations in the press that the Barnes's presence at the funeral had incited rioting. In the midst of the uproar, Pinochet further thumbed his nose at Washington by publicly announcing that he intended to stay in power through to the end of the century. With the Rojas case, the breach of political relations between the U.S. and Pinochet reached a point of no return. On July 10, Assistant Secretary Abrams appeared on the ABC News program Nightline and issued the harshest public criticism to date from any Reagan administration official. Fundamentally, the most important thing to say is that this is not an elected government, he told Ted Koppel. I think there are very good grounds to be very skeptical that President Pinochet wants any kind of a transition. We don't want to see it happen in the next millennium. We'd like to see it happen a little bit sooner than that. In a secret/sensitive memo to Secretary Schultz. 430. Abrams reported that I used my appearance yesterday on ABC's Nightline to stress our commitment to eventual free elections in Chile, sooner rather than later. But more than verbal volleys will be required to get Pinochet to agree to leave, or to persuade the army to persuade him. The bottom line, as Abrams concluded, is we face a worsening situation in Chile and need to use all available means of unions to protect our interests. Pinochet's endgame, voting down the regime. On February 2, 1988, 14 of Chile's political parties announced the creation of a unit coalition, the Concertación de Partidos para el No, intended to defeat Pinochet in the upcoming plebiscite called for by the regime's 1980 constitution. The deck was stacked against the opposition. The military controlled the media and the ballot box, and held extreme coercive powers over the Chilean citizenry. Political leaders would be arrested, opposition rallies would be broken up by force, offices of the No would be set on re. But even under campaign and voting rules written, violently imposed, and controlled by the regime, the plebiscite still represented the best opportunity to peacefully rid Chile of Pinochet's 15-year-old dictatorship. The effort to unite around one common goal marked a historic moment of cooperation among Chile's historically divided, and divisive, right, center, and left political leadership. The Communist Party, and several radical factions of the Socialist Party were excluded from the Concertación, but many Marxist leaders also called on their constituents to organize in support of what came to be called the Command for the No. A former Allende protege and future Socialist Party president, Ricardo Lagos, 49, became a key campaigner for the No. A senior Christian Democrat, Patricio Aylwin, became the Command's designated spokesman, and another member of the PDC, Genaro Arriagada, brilliantly managed the campaign. The opposition organized a comprehensive and extremely successful voter registration drive, registering over 92% of the eligible electorate by August 30, 1988. The Command for the No also recruited poll watchers at all 22,000 voting tables and set up a secret computer system to assure that vote tallies would be rapidly transmitted to Santiago for independent tabulation and verification on October 5, D-Day for the pro-democracy forces in Chile. The Reagan administration channeled funds into the opposition campaign through the National Endowment for Democracy, a quasi-government entity set up to overtly supplement CIA-covered funding of groups acting to overthrow the Sandinista government in Nicaragua, as well as 431. The AFL-CIO and the National Democratic Institute. Some $1.6 million went into the registration drive, voter education, opinion polling, media consultants, and organizing a rapid response parallel vote count on the day of the election. Ambassador Harry Barnes vigorously and openly supported the civic organizations that carried on much of the work to garner electoral support for the No. The pro-Pinochet press began referring to him as Dirty Harry. Campaigning to extend his dictatorship through 1997, General Pinochet issued repeated denunciations of Yankee imperialism in Chile. Washington's most significant actions during the plebiscite were its intelligence operations and diplomatic efforts to track and counter Pinochet's plans to nullify the plebiscite, if he lost, through acts of violence. As early as May 1988, the CIA learned, elements of the Chilean army had concluded that the No could not be allowed to win. A chief concern, the station reported in a heavily censored cable titled "The Increasing Resolve Within the Military to Avoid a Civilian Government in Chile," was the regime's record of terrorism and human rights violations. There was a great fear that a civilian government would cooperate with the United States government in pursuing the case of the assassination of former Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier, the CIA noted, as well as other abuses by the military, to the extreme detriment of the Chilean army. By late September, polls indicated that the No campaign had surged ahead as Chileans became content that safeguards, including hundreds of international election observers, would ensure a non-fraudulent election. Public perception of the No is increasingly that of a winner, the embassy reported on September 29. The next day, however, Ambassador Barnes sent the RST alerting cable to Washington on information he had received regarding an imminent possibility of government-staged coup if the vote went against Pinochet. Both CIA and DIA intelligence provided what Ambassador Barnes characterized as a clear sense of Pinochet's determination to use violence on whatever scale is necessary to retain power. In a secret report for Assistant Secretary Elliot Abrams, Barnes summarized Pinochet's scheme. Pinochet's plan is simple: A. If the yes is winning, and B. If the race is very close, rely on fraud and coercion, C. If the no is likely to win clear, then use violence and terror to stop the process. To help prepare the atmosphere, the CNI will have the job of providing adequate violence before and on October 5. Since we know that Pinochet's closest advisors now realize he is likely to lose, we believe the third option is the one most likely to be put into effect with probable substantial loss of life. 432. Highly placed U.S. intelligence sources within the Chilean Army Command provided additional details. A Defense Intelligence Agency summary, classified Top Secret Zarf Umbra, reported that close supporters of President Pinochet are said to have contingency plans to derail the plebiscite by encouraging and staging acts of violence. They hope that such violence will elicit further reprisals by the radical opposition and begin a cycle of rioting and disorder. The plans call for government security forces to intervene forcefully and, citing damage to the electoral process and balloting facilities, to declare a state of emergency. At that point, the elections would be suspended, declared invalid, and postponed indefinitely. To its credit, the Reagan administration moved quickly and decisively to confront Pinochet's threat. In stark contrast to the procrastination of the Ford administration in taking steps to block the Letelier assassination, and the Carter administration's weak response to the cover-up of that crime, Reagan officials forcefully attempted to ensure the sanctity of the plebiscite. Unequivocal demarques were presented to a broad range of regime officials in the foreign and interior ministries, the army, the junta, and to Pinochet himself, warning authorities not to take or permit steps meant to provide pretext for cancelling, suspending or otherwise nullifying the plebiscite. In their meetings with the Chileans, U.S. officials were authorized to use tough language. I want to warn you that implementation of such a plan would seriously damage relations with the United States and utterly destroy Chile's reputation in the world. Talking points read: President Pinochet should also be informed that nothing could so permanently destroy his reputation in Chile and the world than for him to authorize or permit extreme, violent and illicit steps which make a mockery of his solemn promise to conduct a free and fair plebiscite. 51. Behind the scenes, the CIA station chief received instructions to strongly advise Chilean secret police officials against such action. U.S. military officers at Southcom issued similar warnings to their contacts inside the Chilean military. Washington also asked the Thatcher government, a close friend of Pinochet's, to privately pressure his regime. On October 3, the State Department raised that pressure at the noon press bren by publicly expressing its concern that the Chilean government has plans to cancel Wednesday's presidential plebiscite or to nullify the results. In his evening bren papers on October 3, President Reagan was informed of Pinochet's plan to disrupt Chile's plebiscite, and of U.S. efforts to stop him. The next day, Ambassador Barnes met with the Chilean foreign minister to discuss the sensitive U.S. intelligence on Pinochet's plan, in an 433 effort to gain allies inside the regime. Pinochet would decide on the day of the plebiscite in the early afternoon on disrupting the vote, Barnes warned. The CNI would be called on to foment violence, if necessary. Our information comes from senior army generals, he told Chile's foreign minister, according to a secret memorandum of conversation. This is not a bluff by the USG. October 5 marked a historic day for Chileans, and for U.S.-Chilean relations. The Command for the No organized a massive turnout. Some 98% of eligible Chileans cast their votes. Early evening returns, according to No campaign manager Genaro Arriagada, showed the opposition ahead by 62 to 37%, a stunning lead. Final results had the No winning by more than 800,000 votes, with a 54.7% to 43% victory over the vote to continue the Pinochet dictatorship. On election day, the United States mobilized itself to track the vote and the actions of the Pinochet regime. In Santiago, the embassy established an operations center and began ling situation reports on an hourly basis. At the State Department, a special Chile working group gathered at a communications office designated TF1 to monitor the situation, make and take calls from the embassy over secure and dedicated lines, and respond to developments. By 9 p.m., Pinochet's machinations became apparent. The government announced that the yes was ahead in the tally by 10,000 votes, at the same time as the Command for the No, reporting far more ballots counted, claimed a lead of almost 130,000 votes. The regime then withheld scheduled hourly reports on the vote count. The GOC is obviously sitting on voting results, the embassy cabled in Citrep 4. This was part of a Machiavellian plan worked out by Pinochet and his highest aides, a high-level military informant 52 would tell a CIA agent, which called for the Interior Ministry to delay the announcement of voting results to agitate the opposition, announce preliminary results favorable to the yes vote, and then call the yes voters to the streets to celebrate the alleged yes victory. This would then result in a strong opposition reaction, street clashes and the need to call in the army to restore order, thereby providing a handy excuse to suspend the plebiscite. Pinochet's attempt to orchestrate chaos and violence in the streets failed, however, when the Carabinero police refused an order to lift the cordon against street demonstrations in the capital. According to the CIA informant, Santiago Garrison Commander Brig. Gen. Jorge Zinc 53 also refused to permit any celebrations or protests, including for supporters of the Yes. HUD. 434. Led at the presidential palace with his advisors, Pinochet worked out a new, violent plan to abort the election. At 8 minutes after midnight, the Junta Air Force Gen. Fernando Matei, Carabinero Chief General Rodolfo Stange, CNI Director Gen. Humberto Gordon, and Navy ADM. José Marino arrived at La Moneda to meet with Pinochet. In a pivotal and calculated statement, Matei told reporters waiting outside that it seems to me that the no has really won and that the junta would be talking about it now. This statement, the DIA would report, appeared to be a deliberate pronouncement intended to limit General Pinochet's options. The junta members met with Pinochet just after 1 a.m. He was nearly apoplectic about the turn of events, one participant of the meeting noted. 54 The Chilean president and CINC of the Army Gen. Augusto Pinochet was prepared on the night of October 5 to overthrow the results of the plebiscite, the DIA reported. At the meeting, Pinochet was described as very angry and insistent that the junta must give him extraordinary powers to meet the crisis of the electoral defeat. He had a document prepared for their signatures authorizing this. Pinochet spoke of using the extraordinary powers to have the armed forces seize the capital. At this point Matei stood up to be counted. Matei told Pinochet he would under no circumstances agree to such a thing. He had had his chance as the official candidate and lost. Pinochet then turned to the others and made the same request and was turned down. According to the DIA's description of the denouement of the dictatorship, without junta support to overthrow the no, Pinochet was left without alternative but to accept a no win. Euphoria among Pinochet's opposition, and his many victims, was instantaneous. Thousands of Chileans ooded into the streets in the dark morning hours of October 6 chanting and singing. There were reports of bystanders hugging Carabinero police. Tens of thousands made a pilgrimage a week later to Mendoza, Argentina for an Amnesty International rock concert featuring Bruce Springsteen, Sting, and Tracy Chapman held to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In a cable titled Mendoza Human Rights Concert Sounds Sour Note for Chilean Government, a U.S. Embassy officer reported that the event was a massive no rally and a repeated theme was the fact that President Pin. 435. Ocat had been defeated in the plebiscite and there was now hope for Chile. 55. In the aftermath of his stunning defeat, Pinochet openly toyed with violating his own constitution and running for the presidency again in the mandated elections scheduled for December 1989. The Chilean right wing, now organized into a business-dominated coalition to compete in a post-regime political system, rejected his gambit as grotesque. With no support from the political parties of the right, the U.S. Embassy reported, and without the army to back his candidacy it is a non-starter. He battled for and lost the chance to legitimate his power for the long term, and the very constitution he created to perpetuate himself in power is proving to be his iron cage. Instead, Chile's conservative forces selected Pinochet's young NANS minister, Hernan Bucci, as the regime's political protege and candidate. Another right-wing candidate, millionaire businessman Francisco Javier Errázuriz, also ran. The opposition, now organized into a coalition of centrist and leftist political parties called the Concertación para la Democracia, agreed that a Christian Democrat would head the presidential ticket in 1989, and thereafter the parties should alternate, with the PDC supporting a socialist candidate in 1995. Acrimony broke out when the Christian Democrats could not decide who among their elder statesmen would be the candidate of the Concertación. Eventually, Patricio Aylwin, the spokesman for the No, won the nomination. On December 14, 1989, Aylwin and the opposition won a definitive victory, garnering 55.2% of the vote against the two rightist candidates. Between the plebiscite on October 5, 1988, and Aylwin's inauguration in March 1990, the Pinochet regime rattled its sabers to assert the impunity of the military over the transition to civilian governance. Pinochet rejected all calls to resign as commander-in-chief of the army as a gesture of national reconciliation. To safeguard the secret police, Pinochet folded the CNI into military intelligence under his army command. To protect himself and his officers from future legal challenges, Pinochet bribed 6 older members of the Chilean Supreme Court to resign and appointed 9 new members to life terms. His generals warned the new authorities not to tamper with the constitution that preserved Pinochet's power, lest Chile need reminding of the example of September 11, 1973. To reinforce that point, in one of his last decisions as dictator, Pinochet selected the March 11 to be inauguration day for President-elect Aylwin. At the ceremony, Pinochet found himself among Chilean politicalgers he had tortured, imprisoned, exiled, and even tried to assassinate over the past 17 years. Pinochet expected to be hailed a savior of his country, but his was an ignoble exit. As he departed with an elaborate military escort, the 436 U.S. Embassy reported, Pinochet's security detail had to shield him with umbrellas and their bodies to deke tomatoes, eggs, and other debris hurled at his open motorcade. There would be one last confrontation with the United States. On Inauguration Day, Pinochet hosted a meeting at his residence with the head of the U.S. delegation, Vice President Dan Quayle, and Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Bernard Aronson. As they arrived, the general's supporters, dressed in pearls and designer jeans and angry that Washington had backed a return to civilian rule, hurled insults at the Americans and pounded on their limousine. The meeting was supposed to be a pro forma courtesy call on an outgoing leader, but Quayle carried secret diplomatic instructions to press Pinochet in Chile to submit to the authority of the Aylwin government, and to emphasize that the United States solidly supports the democratic process in Chile. 56 years later, Aronson would recall the message that the U.S. officials conveyed to the general about undermining his country's attempt to rebuild a democracy. "We told him to stay the hell away. We told him to stay out of it." Atrocity and accountability. The long epilogue of the Pinochet case. The torturer, like the pirate of old, is hostis humanis generis, the enemy of all mankind. Landmark 1980 U.S. court ruling on the rights of torture victims. One who sets in motion a coup attempt can be assessed with the responsibility for the natural and probable consequences of that action. White House legal counsel Philip Buchan to the CIA, June 24, 1975. On October 16, 1998, a British judge named Nicholas Evans signed a warrant for the arrest of Augusto Pinochet. To each and all the constables of the Metropolitan Police Force, it read, "You are hereby required to arrest the defendant and bring before a Metropolitan Magistrate sitting at Bow Street Magistrates Court." Late that evening, 2 detectives from Scotland Yard's Organised Crime Division drove to the upscale private hospital where Pinochet was recuperating from back surgery. There, they served him with a priority red warrant sent through Interpol from Spain requesting the general's location and detention for crimes of genocide and terrorism. Pinochet's arrest will go down in the annals of history as a dramatic turning point for the international human rights movement and a transcendent moment of vindication for his victims and their families. "When I read about General Pinochet being arrested," recalls Murray Carpin, father of Ronnie Carpin-Moft, "my RST reaction was, there is a God." His detention empowered the principle of universal jurisdiction, the ability of the international community to pursue the prosecution of dictators, torturers, and 466 mass murderers outside their home nations. Although the protracted saga of Pinochet's 16 months under house arrest in London would eventually end with his return to Santiago, his case established a precedent, the Pinochet precedent, that carries implications for past and future human rights violators, as well as legal, and historical, efforts to hold them and their accomplices accountable for atrocities against humanity. In addition, his arrest led directly to a major effort in the United States to declassify the long-hidden, secret archives on Pinochet's atrocities and the U.S. role in supporting his regime. The Spanish Initiative. The genesis of General Pinochet's stunning arrest dates back to the day he took power. On September 11, 1973, as the Chilean military began its assault on La Moneda Palace, Salvador Allende pressed one of his political advisors, a Spanish lawyer named Juan Garces, to escape from the building and tell the world what happened here. After 2 decades of writing books and articles about the Allende government and the Pinochet dictatorship, Garces turned his attention to the pursuit of justice for the atrocities committed against Chile and Chileans. "I was witness to a crime in which an entire people was victimized, where the democratic structures of a nation were deliberately exterminated," as he explained his motivation. In the summer of 1996, Garces launched a novel judicial effort against Pinochet and his commanders for the death of a number of Spaniards in Chile after the coup. He led a popular action, a criminal complaint deemed in the public interest, with a special branch of the Spanish judiciary known as the Audiencia Nacional, using legal loopholes in Spain's judicial system that recognize universal jurisdiction for offenses such as genocide, illegal detention, and terrorism. The Audiencia accepted the case, as well as a separate one led against the Argentine military for human rights crimes, and assigned them to a pair of super judges, special Spanish investigative magistrates. Judge Baltazar Garzón took the assignment to pursue atrocities in Argentina, and expanded his mandate to cover the crimes of Operation Condor. Judge Manuel García Castellón received the case against Pinochet and his military commanders. At the initiative of Garces, the Chile investigation expanded beyond Spanish victims into a veritable class action human rights lawsuit for all victims of the regime. For the RST time, Chileans and the families of a number of American victims had a potential legal remedy to break the shield of impunity that Pinochet had created for himself and his generals. With Garces's Asses 467 Tans, Judge Castellón took depositions from hundreds of victims and witnesses, and identified no fewer than 38 regime officials who might be subject to prosecution, among them General Pinochet himself. Pinochet's arrest. For 2 years, the Spanish legal teams pursued these pioneering cases in the field of international human rights law. They faced the interference of their own government, tension in Spanish-Chilean relations, and resistance from the United States government to providing documentary evidence that could support prosecution of members of the Chilean military. Their most difficult challenge, however, was physically securing the target of their investigation. Spanish law forbids trials in absentia. Spain does have a treaty of extradition with Chile, but there was no possibility that the Chilean Supreme Court, stacked with Pinochet appointees, would expel him for trial outside the country. In late September 1998, following 20th anniversary commemorations of his infamous putsch, Pinochet traveled to London with his wife for a vacation. While in London, he granted an interview with journalist John Lee Anderson for an unprecedented prole in The New Yorker. The prole, published 4 days before the general's arrest, ironically represented the beginning of a major public relations push by the former dictator to improve his international image and obtain history's blessing. 3. It included a photo of a seemingly venerable, civilian-suited older man. He looks like someone's genteel grandfather, reported Anderson, taken on September 25 in London's VE Star Park Lane Hotel. The article implied that Pinochet would seek medical assistance there. By the time the New Yorker piece appeared on the stands, officials at Amnesty International's British-based Secretariat headquarters had learned that Pinochet was in England. One of Amnesty's legal advisors, Federico Andrew, alerted Juan Garces in Madrid. Garces then initiated a coordinated effort through the Spanish courts to formally question, detain, and extradite the general. In order to obtain quick British cooperation, Spain invoked the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism, a mutual cooperation treaty that obligates signatories to identify, locate, and hold suspected international terrorists. On October 14, Judge Baltasar Garzón sent their initial request to detain Pinochet to Scotland Yard. Spain's subsequent arrest petition also focused on Pinochet's role in Operation Condor. The Chilean general, it stated, was 468. In charge of creating an international organization that conceived, developed, and carried out a systematic plan of illegal detentions, abductions, tortures, forcible transfers of persons, murders, and or disappearances of many people, including citizens from Argentina, Spain, the United Kingdom, the US, Chile and other countries. These actions were carried out in different countries, mainly to exterminate the political opposition. 5. Pinochet's dramatic, unprecedented arrest began a protracted 16-month legal saga that commanded the rapt attention of the world community. Never before had a former head of state been detained outside his homeland for extradition to a third country, moreover, putting one of the world's most renowned human rights violators on trial carried significant legal, political, moral, and historical implications. But while Spanish prosecutors attempted to obtain his extradition, the Chilean government, still cowed by an angry military and the nationalist outrage of Chile's rabid right-wing business class, pressed the British authorities to let him go free. With Pinochet under house arrest in $16,000 a month rented estate, his case morphed into a precedent-setting model for expanding modern human rights law, as well as the ultimate international political football. Initially, the British courts ruled that Pinochet was entitled to immunity as a former sovereign from prosecution, and therefore could not be detained or extradited. Under the ancient concept of the divine right of kings, Lord Chief Justice Thomas Bingham determined, a former head of state is clearly entitled to immunity for criminal acts committed in the course of exercising public functions. Appearing before the House of Lords in November, Pinochet's lawyers from the prestigious RM of Kingsley Napoli presented an extraordinary argument. Torture, murder, and terrorism were, in fact, the official public functions of government, carried out by official entities of the state, under Pinochet's command. These atrocities, they argued, would have been committed within governmental authority, under orders to the military or government forces. The language of Britain's State Immunity Act was so broad, claimed Pinochet's lead lawyer, Clive Nichols, in the most memorable statement of the proceedings, that even Hitler would have been protected from prosecution in London. 6. Torture is conduct which no state seeks to defend. Christopher Greenwood, a prominent human rights lawyer representing Spain, responded in the appeal to the VE law lords. Since it is beyond the pale of legitimate state conduct, it could not be considered an official act covered by British laws on immunity. It is the argument of the Spanish authorities, as Alan Jones summed up the argument for extradition, that the savage and barbarous 469 crimes committed in Chile and the territories of other states, including the United States, Spain, and Italy, are not within the functions of a head of state in English law, the law of nations, or the law of Chile. The law lords agreed. On November 25, Pinochet's 83rd birthday, the lords ruled 3-2 that genocide and torture were not acceptable conduct on the part of anyone, particularly heads of state. But their decision that Pinochet could indeed be extradited to Spain was soon vacated when his lawyers successfully argued that one of the lords had a conflict of interest. 7. In March 1999, a second panel of judges reaffirmed that Pinochet could be extradited, but only for human rights crimes committed after Britain signed the UN Convention Against Torture in September 1988. But concerted behind-the-scenes political efforts by the Chilean government led by Foreign Minister Juan Gabriel Valdez and his top aide Alberto Van Claveren to convince the Blair government to allow him to return to his homeland served to sabotage both Spanish and British legal efforts to apply universal jurisdiction and bring a renowned international criminal to justice. Unable to obtain his release on the merits of the law, Chilean officials repeatedly met privately with their British counterparts to broker a deal to release Pinochet. Publicly, the administration of Eduardo Frei Jr. and the general's supporters waged a concerted media campaign to win him a pardon on humanitarian grounds. He is ill, and about to be 83, Chile's deputy foreign minister, Mariano Fernandez, said after visiting the general. "We are talking about an old man, an in-rem man. He has a heart pacemaker and suffers from diabetes and a chronic spine condition," former Pinochet crony Miguel Schweitzer told the press. After Pinochet gave a lengthy face-to-face interview to the London Telegraph in July, during which he appeared mentally sharp and calculating, according to the article, his advisors sequestered him from the press. Thereafter only photos of the general in a wheelchair appeared in the newspapers and on television. In early October, one of Pinochet's doctors announced that he had suffered a series of mini-strokes that left him disoriented. His lawyers promptly initiated a series of legal appeals against extradition on the grounds that Pinochet's mental health prevented him from participating in his defense. British Home Secretary Jack Straw hinted that he might release him on compassionate grounds. On January 11, 2000, Straw announced that following recent deterioration in the state of Senator Pinochet's health, he was unable to stand trial. Straw based this decision on a controversial medical report by 4 British specialists who conducted one examination of the former dictator. He then refused to release the medical report, citing Pinochet's privacy rights. After another round of legal appeals, led by Belgium, one of several nations along with Switzerland and France that also sought Pinochet's extradition, 470 and 6 human rights groups, the British government was forced to turn over the report, which recorded mild dementia commensurate with Pinochet's age, and a memory deficit for both recent and remote events. On March 2, 2000, Straw issued his null ruling. Pinochet would not at present be mentally capable of meaningful participation in a trial, and therefore would not be extradited to Spain. Almost immediately, Pinochet and his entourage departed in a caravan to a military base outside of London where a private jet sat fueled and ready for takeoff. On the morning of March 3, he landed at Pudahuel Airport outside Santiago, the saga of his prosecution for human rights abuses seemingly over. The Chilean military, led by Pinochet's successor as Commander-in-Chief, General Ricardo Izurrieta, organized a red carpet reception in a gesture of defiance toward the international community, and in violation of an agreement with the incoming administration of Ricardo Lagos that there would be no public ceremony upon his return. As a military marching band played, Pinochet, smiling and spry, rose from his wheelchair and walked across the tarmac to shake the hands of the generals who had played such an important role in securing his release and return. Post-Pinochet Chile 1991–2000. The country that Pinochet returned to was not the same nation he had left. Until March 1998, when he stepped down as army commander-in-chief and assumed the title of Senador Vitalica, Senator for Life, which provided him with full immunity from prosecution for his crimes, Pinochet had employed his military power to hold the civilian government hostage to the violence of the past. Under his command, the military rattled its sabers in response to any significant moves to make members of his regime legally accountable for their criminal conduct. As he warned the incoming civilian administration in 1989, "The day they touch one of my men, the rule of law ends." Such bald intimidation had the desired effect on the new civilian administration of Patricio Aylwin. Even before he took office, Aylwin conveyed to high U.S. officials that he was considering a pardon for regime officials who had committed atrocities. In a quiet meeting in Buenos Aires in July 1989, Aylwin told Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Bernard Aronson that the RST post-Pinochet government would need to obtain justice without a witch hunt and without generating a conflict with the military. In his inaugural address, given symbolically at the National Stadium where so many had died, Aylwin made it clear that his election represented only a partial return to civilian rule. "Our satisfaction this day," he stated, "cannot 471 prevent us from issuing a clear warning about the many limitations, obstacles, and forced steps which, in its zeal to remain in power, the regime dominant until just yesterday left us." The terms of the transition were strict, Aylwin admitted. The civilian government had no other choice but to accept Pinochet's conditions. "Should we, in order to avoid those limitations, have exposed our people to the risk of renewed violence, suffering, loss of life? 8. Under these limitations, the truth of the Pinochet regime's human rights abuses could be pursued, but justice could not." In April 1990, Aylwin established the National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation, chaired by Raul Redig. The commission mandate was to clarify in a comprehensive manner the truth about the most serious human rights violations committed during the military dictatorship. A team of researchers was given less than 12 months to investigate 17 years of massive abuses and draft a comprehensive report, but was restricted to cataloging the fates of the victims without identifying those who had tortured and killed them. The commission named the victims, Staff Director José Zalaquet noted, but not the perpetrators. 9. Until Pinochet's arrest, Chile's political elite adopted what political scientists called a conspiracy of consensus to essentially bury the past and pretend that the commission report had brought the reconciliation of Chilean society. Monuments were built to human rights victims, ceremonies, such as an official reburial of Salvador Allende in the National Cemetery, were held, and periodically Chile experienced what Alexander Wilde characterizes as eruptions of memory that revealed a nation still suffering from the wounds of the past. 10. Until Pinochet stepped down as commander-in-chief of the armed forces in March 1998, however, his military acted with impunity and largely maintained its armor of immunity. There was one notable exception, the Letelier case. As an act of international terrorism in the United States, the case became subject to intense political pressure from Washington. The conditionality of the Kennedy Amendment military assistance to Chile could not be restored without a presidential certification of Chilean cooperation in prosecuting the guilty and astute lobbying by the Letelier, Moft, and Carpin families in Congress and the executive branch, rendered impossible the full normalization of U.S. relations with post-Pinochet Chile without justice in the murders of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft. Washington revived its pressure on Chile to hold those responsible legally accountable in the spring of 1987, after a member of the assassination team, Armando Fernandez Larios, ED Chile, and agreed to plead guilty and provide testimony in return for protection in the United States. In secret, Debrens, Fernandez provided. 472. Detailed information about the role of Manuel Contreras and Pedro Espinosa in the assassination plot, and directly implicated Pinochet in the subsequent cover-up of Dina's responsibility for the car bombing. Using the Fernandez confession, on May 11, 1987, the United States again formally petitioned Chile to extradite Contreras and Espinosa. The Pinochet regime rejected the request. On July 17, the Reagan administration led another diplomatic note demanding that Chile put the Dina officials on trial in Santiago. The regime refused. The only movement in the case was a ruling by a military court that the status of a purported internal investigation into the falsification of the Paraguayan passports be changed from closed to suspended. Acting on that small window of opportunity, Washington supported a series of legal appeals led by Fabiola Leitlier, sister of Orlando, to move the passports case forward. But U.S. pressure to force Pinochet's military courts to reopen the only legal avenue to prosecute the Dina officers failed. In addition to pressing for criminal proceedings, the Reagan administration took up the claims of the Leitlier and Moft families for compensation for the murders. In 1979, the families had led a civil suit for wrongful death against the Pinochet regime. After a lengthy review of the evidence, a D.C. Superior Court judge ruled on November 5, 1980 that the Chilean government was responsible and liable for the murders and ordered the regime to pay compensatory and punitive damages totaling $5.3 million. When the Pinochet regime ignored the ruling, the families sought to execute the judgment by seizing a jetliner at Kennedy Airport belonging to the state-owned LAN Chile Airlines. But a judge quickly ruled that Ian's assets were exempt from seizure, and the families were left with what the courts called the right without a remedy. To create a remedy, the sole survivor of the attack, Michael Moft, and the vigorous lawyer for the Moft and Leitlier families, Samuel Buffone, waged a concerted campaign in Congress to rewrite the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act to facilitate seizing property from other governments. For diplomatic reasons, the Reagan administration opposed changing the law. Instead, U.S. officials offered to have the State Department espouse the claims of the families and present them to the Chilean government. On July 28, 1987, Assistant Secretary Elliot Abrams presented the RST of several diplomatic notes to Chile's ambassador in Washington requesting that the regime pay up to $12 million in compensation for the personal and national injury, the Chilean government's participation and cover-up of the Leitlier assassination. 11 In Diplomatic Note No. 07731, the Chilean Foreign Ministry responded on August 27 that Chile had no role in the crimes that resulted in the deaths of Mr. Leitlier and Mrs. Moft and repudiates. 473. Any interpretation of the facts that would seek to involve the Republic in th deaths. Pinochet's loss in the plebiscite marked the beginning of the end of his regime's long mendacious obstruction of justice in the murders. An area of activity ensued. General Contreras became concerned that the incoming civilian government would turn him over to the Americans and once again tried to blackmail Washington. One senses he may no longer feel safe hiding behind government stonewalling, the embassy informed the State Department. In a February 10, 1989, secret cable titled Offer/Threat by Manuel Contreras, the embassy reported that Contreras claimed to have arrived at an understanding with 4 separate gringo officials that the U.S. would not reveal anything damaging to him and Pinochet, and, in turn, he would not reveal anything damaging about new U.S. President who was director of CIA at the time of the assassinations, George Bush. Contreras, noted the cable, considers this understanding to have been broken by recent USG initiatives, and unless a new understanding is arrived at by the end of February, Contreras will be free to take unspecified actions prejudicial to the USG. These actions were likely to be bombastic statements placing the blame on the CIA for the bombing. However, the embassy concluded, Contreras is the most dangerous man in Chile, is currently under extreme pressure, and we cannot rule out the possibility of a Contreras-initiated terrorist act. Back in Washington, however, U.S. officials remained unimpressed. I would be mighty surprised if any USG person made any such deal with this piece of dog shit, Deputy Assistant Secretary Michael Kozak scrawled on a memo responding to Contreras' threat. "We should talk how this could be used to further pressure Contreras. The best defense may be an offense." 12. Throughout the transition period to civilian rule, Washington pursued a multi-track initiative to clear the Letelier-Moft case off the agenda of future U.S.-Chilean relations. Ambassador Charles Gillespie recommended back-channel approaches to key sectors of the Chilean military to convince them of their institutional interests in cutting Contreras loose. "We should encourage these sectors, emphasizing that the U.S. views Letelier as one of the principal obstacles to resumption of a normal relationship," Gillespie wrote in a secret cable. "There are distinct advantages for Chile in getting our military-to-military contacts back on track, and Nally, the U.S. is doggedly determined to pursue the issue. It is not going to go away, so they better face up to it." 13. The Bush administration also opened back-channel communications with Patricio Aylwin and his aides. Even before Aylwin's new civilian government was inaugurated in March 1990, emissaries had worked. 474. Out a strategic timetable to establish a special commission on compensation for the families, introduce legislation in the Chilean Congress to transfer the passport case from a military to a civilian court, and appoint a special prosecutor to bring Contreras and Espinosa to trial. Some sectors of the Bush administration hoped to restore full relations before Chile made concrete progress on resolving the case. "It is crucial to have a unit position," the State Department's Southern Cone desk officer noted in a May 4, 1990 memorandum, "and in precisely what we want the GOC to do before we certify." Washington's interests differed from the new civilian administration in Santiago, the desk officer Keith Smith noted in another memo. "They want to resolve the case in order to normalize relations with the U.S., but in a manner that minimizes their financial and political cost." Aylwin wants to avoid a confrontation with the Chilean military over the Letelier case. The U.S., on the other hand, must consider a variety of factors which pressure for a complete and satisfactory resolution to both the civil and criminal sides of the case prior to normalization of relations with Chile. The families pursued what confidential State Department documents described as a relentless quest for justice for the prosecution of the responsible Chilean officials and civilian compensation. Led by Michael Moft and Sam Buffon, they lined up strategic support in Congress to pressure the Bush administration not to prematurely lift the Kennedy Amendment before judicial proceedings of the DINA agents began, as well as to block the administration's ability to offer preferential trading status to Chile through the generalized system of preferences. They want prosecution to be underway RST, according to an oral report provided by phone to the embassy after State Department officials met with Moft and Buffon on April 19, 1990. They said we should not underestimate their ability to screw up our plans not only on Kennedy but on GSP. They might try and revive efforts to change Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. 14. When Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger traveled to Santiago in May, he bluntly told Chilean officials that the U.S. Congress would block normalization of both economic and military relations pending a resolution of the assassinations. In fact, Washington did not wait for resolution in the case. The administration seized on initial progress to certify Chile in December 1990, on the occasion of President Bush's state visit to Santiago. In his toast to Bush, President Aylwin committed his government to ensure that justice is done. 475. Under great pressure, the Chilean government slowly fooled that commitment. On June 11, 1990, the Bush and Aylwin administrations had signed a formal accord to establish an international commission to determine compensation. It took another year for both houses of the Chilean Congress to ratify the agreement, and another 6 months before the commission settled on a sum. In May 1992, Chile agreed to pay $2.6 million to the families of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moft. The criminal prosecution of Contreras and Espinosa proceeded on a parallel time track. On January 16, 1991, with heavy lobbying from Aylwin, the Chilean Congress nally passed a law transferring the passports case from the military courts to civilian judicial jurisdiction. Aylwin promptly asked the Chilean Supreme Court to name a special prosecutor. Subsequently his RST appointee to the court, Adolfo Benados, received the case. On the 15th anniversary of the car bombing, Benados indicted Contreras and Espinosa and ordered them bound over for trial. This is the RST time that either Contreras or Espinosa have been detained as a result of an independent Chilean judicial action, the embassy reported. The unprecedented prosecution of Contreras and Espinosa in the fall of 1993 became the Chilean equivalent of the highly publicized O.J. Simpson trial in the United States. Day after day, the nation tuned in as the presentation of the overwhelming evidence against the Dina officials was broadcast on national television. For many in Chile, the televised trial provided their RST exposure to unaltered information on Dina's sordid and vicious operations. For Dina's victims and their families, Contreras' reckoning in a court of law, for an atrocity that occurred outside of Chile, offered a modicum of justice for the thousands of other heinous abuses he committed as Pinochet's secret police chief. On November 12, 1993, Contreras and his Dina deputy were found guilty. Their short sentences 7 and 6 years respectively reeked at the limits of the Chilean judicial system's ability to hold Pinochet's military officers fully accountable for such crimes. Indeed, when their legal appeals were exhausted in May 1994, Chilean military units assisted Contreras in evading incarceration by airlifting him to the sanctuary of a military base and later to a naval hospital in Talcahuano, where he and his military doctors declared that he was suffering from various infirmities that would endanger him in prison. For more than a year, the armed forces safeguarded Contreras, creating the most significant crisis in civilian-military relations since Augusto Pinochet had stepped down from power. Finally, under intense behind-the-scenes pressure from the Clinton administration, the new president, Eduardo Frei Jr., succeeded in convincing the 476 armed forces that harboring a convicted international terrorist was not in their institutional interest. In June 1995, Contreras joined Colonel Espinosa at Punto Puco, a hotel-like facility constructed to house them during their short prison terms. By early 2002, both were once again free to walk the streets of Santiago, at least temporarily. Both were subsequently charged with other Dina-related crimes and once again arrested. 15. Pinochet's return. The 20th anniversary of the coup, September 11, 1998, became an opportunity for Chilean society to begin an open and forceful re-examination of its unresolved and still painful past. A series of books, articles, television, and radio documentaries commanded widespread public attention and generated debate as never before. 10 days later, Pinochet and his family flew to London for a shopping vacation. When he was arrested in mid-October, and his abuses were thrust into headlines around the world, Chile experienced a national eruption of memory. During Pinochet's dramatic 504 days under house arrest in London, debate raged in his homeland over the meaning and opportunity of his detention. Opinion polls showed that a small, but powerful minority of Chileans, about 25%, believed he should be set free, while 69% believed he should be put on trial either in Chile or in Spain. His military railed at the civilian government of Eduardo Frei to end a way to force Pinochet's release and facilitate his return, while his most fanatical supporters announced his legal defense and living costs in London, as well as a major propaganda campaign to cast him as an innocent and his arrest as a violation of Chile's national sovereignty. In the most important reaction to his arrest, however, Chilean victims of torture, disappearance, and murder mobilized to seek legal redress against the former dictator. By the time Pinochet returned on March 3, 2000, more than 70 judicial cases had been led against him and accepted by a special prosecutor, Judge Juan Guzmán Tapia, for investigation. Clearly Pinochet and his supporters believed he would return to the sanctuary of his homeland and renew his position as a senator for life, immune from prosecution. But 72 hours after his plane landed, Judge Guzmán led a legal request with the Chilean Court of Appeals to have Pinochet's immunity lifted, so that he could be prosecuted for disappearances associated with the caravan of death. On May 23, the appeals court shocked the country by stripping Pinochet of his immunity. On June 5, the Chilean Supreme Court upheld that ruling by a vote of 13-9, clearing the way for a historic prosecution of the former dictator. 477. Unable to block Pinochet's prosecution on grounds of immunity, his lawyers adopted the same strategy they had employed in London, that the now 80-year-old general was too mentally inebriated to stand trial. Repeatedly they petitioned the judges to order medical tests for their client, prior to any further proceedings. Ignoring their efforts to forestall legal action, Judge Guzman accelerated his prosecution. On December 1, 2000, in an unexpected and historic move, Guzman indicted General Pinochet as the intellectual author of the Caravan of Death. To the surprise of the entire country, he was placed under house arrest and, for the RST time, on January 24, 2001, officially interrogated by authorities about the atrocities that had been committed during his reign. Clinton's Chile Declassification Project. Pinochet's arrest in London at the behest of Spanish authorities put an international onus on Washington. Given the long history of American involvement in Chile, the United States possessed extensive, detailed, and highly classified government archives, tens of thousands of pages of sensitive CIA reporting, DIA analysis, NSA intercepts, and State Department cables covering every aspect of the general's human rights atrocities from the Caravan of Death to Operation Condor that could provide pivotal evidence in Spain's case against him. But at the same time the United States had the most to offer in bringing Pinochet to justice, it also had the most to hide. Prosecuting Pinochet, as one former senior intelligence official told the New York Times, would effectively open up a can of worms in the top-secret record of U.S. Chilean relations. For almost 2 years, the Clinton administration had resisted Spanish efforts to obtain evidence from U.S. government archives to advance its unique case against Augusto Pinochet. In February 1997, Spanish authorities invoked a bilateral mutual legal assistance treaty with the United States, an accord mandating international cooperation and reciprocity in criminal investigations, and requested that the U.S. government supply records on Operation Condor and other human rights abuses by the Chilean and Argentine dictatorships. To press this request, the original judge in charge of the Chilean case, Judge Garcia Castellan, traveled to Washington in January 1998 and received cordial treatment from U.S. officials. "I want to assure you," as President Clinton wrote to Congress in April, "that we will continue to respond as fully as we can to the request for assistance from the government of Spain." 16 In fact, the Clinton administration stonewalled for more than a year before. 478. Producing 4 boxes of lead in response to the Spanish MLAT request. One box was LLED with 1,000 pages of Chilean newspaper clips, which the Spanish judge had not requested. Another held Pentagon documents on a Contra operation in Honduras called Condor that was unrelated to Chile's Operation Condor. The other boxes contained thousands of pages of legal lead on the prosecution of the anti-Castro Cubans who participated in the Leteliamovt car bombing. None of these lead contained any material of evidentiary value for Spain's effort to prosecute Pinochet. The arrest on October 16, 1998, brought intense public pressure on the Clinton White House to take a stand in the Pinochet case. On October 26, the New York Times ran a copy of DIA biographic report on Pinochet, declassified but entirely blacked out by government censors as a symbol of the type of documentation that Washington had to offer but continued to cover up. 36 members of Congress, led by Congressman George Miller, called upon Clinton to provide Spain with material and testimony that the U.S. government has thus far withheld. Human Rights Watch Executive Director Kenneth Roth reminded Clinton, "Pinochet is wanted for crimes against American citizens, and even crimes on American soil," and pressed his administration to speak out in favor of prosecuting this tyrant. And the families of Ronnie Moft, Orlando Letelier, and Charles Horman all petitioned the President and Attorney General Janet Reno to open the lead and cooperate with the Spanish inquiry. "We must adhere to our policy that terrorists cannot run and hide to avoid prosecution under domestic or international law," Michael Moft, the sole survivor of the car bomb that killed his wife and colleague, wrote to Clinton. The government of the United States must assist in the effort to hold Pinochet accountable for his crimes. Inside the administration, this pressure generated an intense debate over an appropriate response. "There is a struggle going on in here," a White House aide admitted privately in the aftermath of Pinochet's arrest. "This has been an incredibly divisive issue at state and the NSC. 17 certainly prosecuting Pinochet seemed to support the president's call for more aggressive international efforts to counter terrorism." In a major speech to the United Nations General Assembly several weeks before Pinochet's arrest and ironically on the anniversary of the Letelier-Moft assassination, Clinton urged all nations to give terrorists no support, no sanctuary, to act together to step up extradition and prosecution. His staff at the National Security Council's Office of Democracy, Human Rights, and Humanitarian Affairs and the State Department's Human Rights Bureau saw the benefits to U.S. policy of assisting the Spanish case. But they were stymied by two NSC officials, Chief Legal Counsel Jamie Baker, who did not want to set a precedent of searching 479 secret U.S. archives to satisfy an MLAT request, and the President's NSC advisor on Latin America, James Dobbins, who preferred to see Pinochet return to Santiago rather than stand trial in Madrid. As one official characterized Dobbins's position, "We don't want to upset Chilean democracy, we want to help free." In late November, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright convened a meeting of her top advisors to determine what the U.S. should do. No one at the meeting, according to participants, argued that the United States should support Spain's effort to bring Pinochet to justice. Rather, the prevailing position was that establishing a Pinochet precedent in international law would not be at U.S. interests and that Washington, for the sake of stability and Chile's sovereignty, should respect the Chilean government's efforts to have Pinochet released and returned to his homeland. At the same time, congressional demands and the position of the families of Pinochet's American victims could not be ignored. Rather than provide documents directly to Spain, the new head of the State Department's Policy Planning Office, Morton Halperin, suggested the administration could simply undertake a major declassification review. Clinton had authorized similar projects on El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala during his RST term and opened the lead to the Americans, Chileans, and Spaniards, indeed to the world community all at once. Secretary Albright recommended this proposal in a phone call to Clinton's national security advisor, Sandy Berger. They agreed to declassify what we can so that we can say we did our share. On December 1, State Department spokesman James Rubin announced that the United States would make public as much information as possible, consistent with U.S. laws and the national security and law enforcement interests of the United States. 18 For the next 8 weeks, U.S. officials at the National Security Council, the State Department, and the CIA, hammered out the language of a presidential task or a directive establishing the guidelines and timetable for a special Chile declassification project. The documents project would shed light on 3 major categories: human rights abuses, terrorism, and other acts of political violence in Chile. The date range covered 23 years of history, from 1968 to 1991. Initially, policymakers intended the scope of the declassification to address only Pinochet's 17-year dictatorship, 1973 to 1990, but the Chile desk officer at the Bureau for Western Hemisphere Affairs argued that to avoid the appearance that we were only going after the right, as one official remembered this argument, the United States should declassify documents on alleged abuses during the Allende era as well, a decision that inadvertently opened the door to the release of records on U.S. covert intervention and efforts to foment political violence too. 480. Overthrow Chilean democracy. 19 The Chile declassification project would be coordinated out of the National Security Council by the Senior Director of Records Management, William Leary. Leary chaired an interagency working group responsible for monitoring and implementing the review and declassification, which held its RST meeting in February 1999 in room 208 of the old Executive Office building. On behalf of the President, states the NSC tasker distributed on February 1, 1999 to all national security agencies. We now ask your cooperation in undertaking a compilation and review for release of all documents that shed light on human rights abuses, terrorism, and other acts of political violence during and prior to the Pinochet era in Chile. To assist in computer and archival searches, the declassification directive principally drafted by Halperin's deputy, Theodore Picon, included a contextual narrative, a list of key human rights cases, and known perpetrators of abuses. The objective of this massive declassification effort, according to the tasker, was to assist in encouraging a consensus within Chile on reinvigorating its truth and reconciliation process to address such questions as the fate of the disappeared. The review also would respond to the expressed wishes of the families of American victims of human rights abuse, and to the requests of numerous members of Congress. At the recommendation of the U.S. Ambassador to Chile, John O'Leary, the documents would be released simultaneously in Chile and the United States, and posted on a special State Department website to provide immediate international Internet access. The projected yield of declassified documents, the IWG determined, necessitated a multi-phased release of records. Between June 1999 and June 2000, 3 so-called tranches were actually published. Tranche I, 5,800 records released on June 30, 1999. 20 The declassified documents chronicled the RSTVE years of the Pinochet regime from the September 11, 1973 coup to 1978, the most repressive period of the dictatorship. The bound volumes contain some 5,000 State Department cables, memoranda, and reports focused on the regime's abysmal human rights record. The CIA declassified, by contrast, several hundred valuable reports, intelligence assessments, and cables documenting the Pinochet regime's internal deliberations and repressive operations. Thousands of other CIA records on agency operations to support the regime after the coup, however, were conspicuously missing. Tranche 2, some 1,100 records released on October 8, 1999. These documents covered 1968 through 1973 and contained information on U.S. policy toward Allende's election and government. CIA papers on 481. Its covered action in Chile between 1970 and 1973, including those used by the Church Committee for its reports in the mid-1970s, should have been declassified in this tranche, none were. Tranche 3, a special release on June 30, 2000, of approximately 1,900 mostly State Department documents specific to the cases of murdered and disappeared Americans, Charles Horman, Frank Turugay, and Boris Weisfeiler. Originally, the Tranche 3 records were to be part of a massive, null release scheduled for April 2000. Claiming processing delays, the White House moved the declassification date to June. But in June only the Horman, Turugay, and Weisfeiler records were released. 21 and IWG again postponed the declassification of 16,000 other documents until the fall. The delay resulted from a major behind-the-scenes battle between the White House and the CIA over Director George Tenet's decision to renege on declassifying operational records on Chile. Holding history hostage. The CIA's recalcitrant attitude toward the Chile declassification project threatened to transform a precedent-setting exercise in openness into another cover-up of history. From the outset, the agency's commitment to fully participate seemed dubious. In initial meetings with State Department Policy Planning Director, Morton Halperin, the CIA General Counsel's office pledged to honor the mandate of the tasker to release records on human rights abuses, terrorism, and political violence. At the same time, CIA lawyers insisted on inserting a sentence into the NSC directive: agencies should retrieve and review all documents that are subject to disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. A veiled reference to a CIA exemption under the law from having to search certain operational let. 22 In a conversation with the author in mid-1999, one CIA official took the position that the CIA was not legally obliged to search its let on clandestine operations in Chile because those operations had never been officially acknowledged. 23 At meetings of the IWG, Agency representatives, among them David Kamerling and Walter Hazlitt, surprised their colleagues by arguing that documents on covert action in Chile to undermine Allende and then in support of Pinochet were not relevant to the tasker. Not even the coup itself, the agency's definition of an act of political violence, the CIA officials insisted. 24 The CIA produced not a single page of documentation on its pivotal post-coup. 482. Assistance to the regime and liaison relations with DINA for the release of the RST tranche of documents in June 1999, and officials let it be known that Langley did not intend to produce any covert action records for the second release in the fall, covering the 1970 to 1973 period of clandestine operations to bring down Allende. CIA was joined by the National Security Agency, which also determined it would keep secret much if not all of its relevant holdings. In its initial search, the NSA found over 660 records responsive to the tasker, many of them intelligence intercepts of Chilean military communications during and after the coup, as well as documents on the Horman case. 25 But in an April 6, 1999 status report, Declassification review of documents related to human rights abuses in Chile, the Defense Department noted, all the information identified as potentially responsive consists of classified signals reports, the release of which would reveal intelligence sources and methods. Therefore, NSA does not anticipate recommending declassification and release of any of this material. To the chagrin of the intelligence community, the National Archives Records Administration discovered copies of several hundred revealing CIA and NSA documents in the classified holdings of the Nixon and Ford presidential libraries and submitted them to the IWG for review. During a joint declassification session in early August 1999 at the NARA building, both CIA and NSA officials simply announced that they would have to remove the records to their headquarters for further evaluation, breaking the established IWG procedures for the Chile declassification project. 26 Once in their possession, the CIA and the NSA refused to review these papers for declassification. As the CIA's obstruction of the Chile declassification project became publicly apparent, advocates of the project charged the agency with whitewashing history. The failure to release these records, the executive director of the National Security Archive, Thomas Blanton, wrote to the White House in September, will be immediately viewed, nationally and internationally, as a cover-up of the past and an effort by Washington to shield itself from any historical accountability for events in Chile in the early 1970s. 27 The CIA is hiding key documents, The New York Times editorialized on October 6. The CIA needs to understand that full disclosure of Washington's role is in America's interest. 28 We urge you to declassify without any further delay the remainder of the documents pertaining to Pinochet in the CIA. 6 Congressman wrote to CIA Director George Tenet. Prepped by his staff, even President Clinton signaled the agency that it was time for full compliance and maximum disclosure. I think you are entitled to know what happened back then, he responded to a question about the CIA and 483. The Chile declassification project at a press conference in early October, and how it happened. Faced with forceful public and presidential pressure, the CIA rapidly retreated. On October 7, agency spokesman Mark Mansfield publicly announced that the CIA recognizes its obligation to release documents about covert action in Chile and promised they would be declassified in the null release, then scheduled for mid-2000. Internally, Director Tenet issued a broad declassification guideline for searching Directorate of Operations on covert actions in Chile, dating from 1962 to 1975. Over the next 9 months, a team of CIA analysts compiled, reviewed, and carefully redacted close to 800 records, including cables, proposals, budgets, memcans, meeting minutes, and memoranda relating to dozens of covert programs, particularly coup plotting and destabilization operations between 1970 and 1973. Each of the documents was then actually marked with a stamp, declassified and approved for release, July 2000. But as the null declassification neared, the CIA leadership reneged on its commitment to openness. In June, George Tenet ordered the new head of the Directorate of Operations, James Pavitt, to prepare an assessment of the proposed release of the 1962 to 1975 material and its potential impact on current operational equities. Notwithstanding the fact that most of these documents had been identified and quoted extensively in the Senate reports on Chile 20 years earlier, Pavitt concluded that the records revealed too much about the basic modus operandi used by the CIA to undermine foreign governments. In July, when the CIA was supposed to turn over these documents to the State Department for processing, Tenet informed the NSC that hundreds of promised operational documents would be withheld from the null release, then scheduled for September 14, 2000. "We are in no way trying to withhold information embarrassing to the United States government," as Tenet explained his controversial decision. "It was solely made because, in their aggregate, these materials present a pattern of activity that had the effect of revealing intelligence methods that have been employed worldwide. 29 Both inside and outside of government, everyone involved in the Chile declassification project, members of the IWG, families of American victims, and advocates of openness understood that the CIA's position threatened to sabotage the credibility of the entire program. The agency's 11th-hour reversal cast a black shadow over the project's mission to provide a historically honest and accurate accounting of Pinochet's abuses, as well as the U.S. role in his rise and consolidation of power. The CIA's intention to cover up the most egregious aspects of U.S. intervention in Chile smelled of hypocrisy in a project designed, in large part, to assist Chile in its work on truth and 484. Reconciliation, an effort to hide the semi-violent aspects of U.S. involvement in Chile also threatened to jeopardize the moral basis of Washington's international diplomatic initiatives toward Germany and Switzerland to fully acknowledge and redress the dark side of their own histories in the Holocaust. Finally, the CIA's mutiny constituted a direct challenge to the president's prerogative to determine and defend the public's right to know. The dispute over these documents represented a classic battle over the sanctity of secrecy versus the principle of government transparency in U.S. foreign policy. Members of the IWG who had devoted literally thousands of man-hours on the Chile project initiated a substantive behind-the-scenes effort to force the CIA to meet its commitment. At the State Department, key offices mobilized to Press Secretary Albright to privately express her concerns to the White House. In addition, State Department officials quietly approached the Archivist of the United States, John Carlin, to write a strong protest to National Security Advisor Sandy Berger. In a NARA letter dated July 30, Carlin warned that such a last-minute reversal will fundamentally undermine the overall integrity of the project and will result in a significantly incomplete public record of these important historical events. He urged the White House to make every possible effort to convince the CIA to follow through on the commitments it made. Berger met with Tenet on July 27 and insisted that the CIA agree to a review, conducted outside the agency, of hundreds of Directorate of Operations records. Over the next month, an official from the NSC and an official from the State Department read through the heavily censored set of contested documents brought over from the agency. 30 With the exception of CIA records uncovered political operations between 1962 and 1968 that fell outside the deemed date period of the President's tasker, and 24 or so highly sensitive documents on a particular covered operation, both the NSC and State Department evaluations recommended that the CIA collection could and should be declassified. On or about September 11, Berger talked to Tenet again and told him the White House was overruling the CIA's decision to withhold hundreds of revealing records. The release of the documents was postponed again for the agency to prepare. Subsequently, the public dissemination of the fourth and null tranche was scheduled on November 13, 2000. The Hinchey Report. Ironically, the CIA's effort to withhold history forced it to divulge far more dramatic secrets about Chile than it had intended. The decision to keep the 485 documents secret in the summer of 2000 obligated the agency, pursuant to an amendment to the Intelligence Authorization Act, to provide a comprehensive report to Congress on CIA involvement in Chile before and after the coup. According to the language of the law, passed in November 1999, the CIA would have 9 months to submit a report describing all activities of officers, covert agents, and employees of all elements of the intelligence community with respect to the following events in the Republic of Chile. The assassination of President Salvador Allende in September 1973. The accession of General Augusto Pinochet to the presidency of the Republic of Chile. Violations of human rights committed by officers or agents of former President Pinochet. This amendment, sponsored by New York Congressman Maurice Hinchey, became a legal method of compelling the CIA to be forthcoming on its role in the coup and support for the Pinochet regime. His intention, Hinchey told colleagues, was to force the CIA to provide evidence that could help Spain prosecute Pinochet, as well as give the facts to the American public about the misconduct of its own government. It is my hope that this report will shed light on what really happened in Chile in 1973 and what role was played by the United States in the overthrow of Chile's democratically elected government, Hinchey stated. It is imperative that we have a full and public accounting of the involvement of the U.S. government in this shameful chapter of history. 31 Initially, CIA Director Tenet worked out a quiet arrangement with House Intelligence Committee Chairman Porter Goss. The CIA would forego writing an actual report and simply provide documents relating to the questions posed in the amendment that were due to be released under Clinton's Chile declassification project. But when the CIA decided to withhold its documents, that deal fell apart. In early August 2000, Tenet was forced to assign 2 National Intelligence Council analysts to quickly draft a report, drawing on the hundreds of CIA records that had already been centralized. In the late evening of September 18, the agency turned over to Congress a 21-page, single-space study titled CIA Activities in Chile. 32 This report marked the first time the CIA had acknowledged the breadth and details of its long history of clandestine action in Chile. The 486 study went well beyond the 3 areas of inquiry posed by the Hinchey Amendment, repeating information already published in the Church Committee reports. It covered the covert political operations during the 1960s in support of the Chilean Christian Democrats and the operations to block Allende's assumption of the presidency in 1970. The report provided new and damning information on the CIA's ties to the Chilean coup plotters who murdered Chilean Commander-in-Chief René Schneider, as well as a summary of efforts to destabilize Allende's government leading up to the coup. But on the question of helping Pinochet to power, the report hedged on the details of multiple covert operations that assisted the regime in consolidating its repressive rule. Officers of the CIA and the intelligence community, the report stated, were not involved in facilitating Pinochet's accession to president nor the consolidation of his power as supreme leader. 33 The Hinchey report did, however, provide significant new information about CIA knowledge of, and ties to, Chile's apparatus of repression. There is no doubt that some CIA contacts were actively engaged in committing and covering up serious human rights abuses, admitted the agency authors. The policy community and CIA recognized that the relationships opened the CIA to possible identification with the liaison service's internal operations involving human rights abuses, but determined that the contact was necessary for the CIA's mission. 34 In a startling section titled Relationship with Contreras, the CIA conceded previously unknown details of its ties to the most vicious human rights violator in the Chilean military, DINA Chief Manuel Contreras. During a period between 1974 and 1977, CIA maintained contact with Manuel Contreras Sepulveda, according to the report. Contreras was notorious for his atrocities and the principal obstacle to improving the regime's human rights record. The CIA also learned in 1974 that he was involved in acts of international assassination. Yet, in an unprecedented voluntary public acknowledgement, the report revealed that the agency had, at least temporarily, put Contreras on its payroll. 35. In May and June 1975, elements within the CIA recommended establishing a paid relationship with Contreras to obtain intelligence based on his unique position and access to Pinochet. This proposal was overruled, citing the U.S. government policy on clandestine relations with the head of an intelligence service notorious for human rights abuses. However, given miscommunications in the timing of this exchange, a one-time payment was given to Contreras. Such revelations generated major headlines in the United States, Chile, and around the world. Indeed, publication of the Hinchey report provided 487. A groundswell of international attention for the null declassification of documents. On November 13, under pressure from the White House, the CIA was forced to release 1,550 heavily redacted records that at least partially chronicled its long and scandalous covert operations to undermine democracy and support dictatorship in Chile. True to form, however, many of the top-secret documents used in the most controversial sections of the Hinchey report, among them cables, decision memorandum, bank deposit slips, etc. For putting Manuel Contreras on the payroll and then taking him off, and records relating to payoffs to the murderers of René Schneider were not included. Indicting Pinochet. In the fourth and null release of Chile documents, the Clinton administration declassified more than 16,000 State Department, Pentagon, CIA, NSC, and Justice Department records. In total, the Chile declassification project resulted in the release of some 24,000 previously secret documents, over 150,000 pages of historical records shedding substantial light on the human rights atrocities during the Pinochet era, and more than 20 years of overt and covert U.S. efforts to shape, manipulate, orchestrate, and influence Chile's future. For all the documentation that was released, however, a countless number of records remained secret, still off-limits to public scrutiny. The CIA refused to submit hundreds of relevant records for declassification, nor would the agency supply a list of the documents it had decided to withhold. Hundreds of documents discovered in the classified vaults of the presidential libraries and submitted to the IWG review were denied declassification and returned still sealed. Among them were dozens of National Security Agency cables dated September 11, 12, and 13, 1973, and numerous CIA reports and presidential Bren papers. 36 declassification researchers were unable to access transcripts of Henry Kissinger's Telkins recorded telephone conversations between 1970 and 1976, a treasure trove of documents that Kissinger took when he left government at the end of the Ford administration. 37 nor were Nixon tapes of meetings and phone calls from 1972 through 1974 made available. In addition, the holdings of the CIA's 201 Leon Pinochet containing the most sensitive intelligence on the dictator were not declassified. Perhaps the most important records from the Pinochet-led excluded from declassification were several hundred documents implicating the general in the Letelier-Moft assassination. These documents, collected by the agencies as part of the declassification process, were then segregated and set aside at 488. The direction of the Department of Justice as evidence in potential criminal proceedings against Pinochet. The records would be withheld, the State Department announced after the release of Tranche I in late June 1999, because they relate to an ongoing Justice Department investigation of the murder of Ronnie Moft and Orlando Letelier. Like the declassification itself, this criminal investigation resulted from strong public pressure prompted by Pinochet's detention in London. In a poignant and powerful press conference organized on December 7, 1998, by the Institute for Policy Studies where Letelier and Moft had worked, their families publicly called on the Clinton administration to reopen the case. If Spain had standing to extradite Pinochet, the families argued, surely the United States had an even stronger case. In a sharply worded opinion piece published in the Washington Post on December 6, the former U.S. attorney in the case, Lawrence Barcella Jr., challenged the administration to action. The car bombing represented the only act of state-sponsored terrorism to claim lives in the nation's capital, he wrote. If we don't proceed, we are telling terrorists who commit murder here on our citizens there is no reason to stop. A number of politicians agreed. As 36 members of the House of Representatives wrote the president more than a year before the Al-Qaeda attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, we believe that this case needs to be intensified and pursued with the same vigor given to other terrorism cases such as that of bin Laden. In the spring of 1999, Attorney General Janet Reno authorized a Justice Department FBI investigation in an effort to determine whether there is sufficient admissible, credible evidence that there are one or more persons, in addition to those previously charged, who might have been involved criminally in this act of terrorism on U.S. soil. It took until September, however, for the Justice Department to draft and transmit a letter rogatory of formal request for legal assistance to the Chilean government. The U.S. government asked for permission to send a special team of investigators to Chile, and for the Chilean Supreme Court to facilitate the interrogations of over 40 witnesses and participants in the crime. In March and April 2000, a law enforcement team led by the head of the Transnational Crime Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office, John Beasley, and consisting of FBI special agents, assistant U.S. attorneys and other Justice and State Department officials spent a month in Santiago gathering evidence of Pinochet's involvement. We found no smoking gun, one member of investigative unit condemned, but the cumulative weight of the evidence suggested Pinochet's involvement. 38 Under Beasley's supervision and signature, in August 2000 the FBI DOJ team analyzed a summary of the evidence, concluding with a dramatic recommendation: indict Pinochet as the ultimate author of the September 21, 489, 1976 terrorist attack in Washington. This pivotal report, however, fell into a black hole inside the Justice Department's Criminal Division, according to one government official involved in the Pinochet investigation. 39 For the rest of the year, Pinochet's potential indictment remained bottled up in the bureaucracy, delaying high-level consideration by the Attorney General's Office until after the election of George W. Bush. In January 2001, during the transition between the outgoing Clinton administration and the incoming Bush team, one of Janet Reno's deputies met with Barcella and the attorney for the Littleyer and Mofiti families, Samuel Buffone, and informed them that the Attorney General had decided to defer any decision on indicting Pinochet to her successor, John Ashcroft. The new Bush administration reassured the families that the case would continue. You may be assured that this investigation has been pursued in a vigorous, thorough, timely fashion, one of Ashcroft's deputies wrote to the Institute for Policy Studies in April 2001, and that this department will continue to pursue this important matter further to a just conclusion. 40 But building a case against Pinochet languished, even after the Bush administration launched an aggressive U.S. war on terrorism following the September 11 terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Indeed, despite President Bush's resolve to direct every resource at our command to destroy and defeat terrorism, the indictment of General Pinochet remained on Attorney General Ashcroft's desk. The case offered the Bush administration a relatively easy way to demonstrate to the world that there is no statute of limitations on acts of terrorism on American soil and that Washington would pursue those who engaged in terror in the past as well as in the present and future. But by the spring of 2003, already 4 years after investigators began gathering evidence on Pinochet's role, it was clear that Washington had no intention to indict and extradite its former anti-communist ally. Under the guise of a continuing investigation, however, the Bush administration refused to declassify the hundreds of secret documents that implicated General Pinochet in a terrorist attack in Washington. The Riggs Bank scandal. The Littleyer-Mofiti case appeared to represent the last hope that Pinochet might actually be held legally accountable for at least one of his crimes of state. In Chile, the Supreme Court had closed down the long legal process against him, ruling that he was mentally unfit due to dementia to stand trial for authorizing FTY7 murders and 18 disappearances by the 490 Caravan of Death in October 1973. That July 1, 2002, determination effectively ended all current judicial efforts against the former dictator. Believing his long legal saga to be over, 3 days later Pinochet sent a formal, and quite intellectually coherent, letter to the Chilean Senate announcing his resignation from political life. I have a clean conscience. I have the hope that in the future my soldierly sacrifice will be valued and recognized, he wrote. The work of my government will be judged by history. 42 History, as it turned out, along with the Chilean public and the courts, would judge his work and supposed soldierly sacrifice far sooner than Pinochet anticipated. While he settled into retirement in Santiago, in Washington a Senate investigation into the failure of American banks to safeguard against money laundering by potential terrorists after September 11 stumbled across Pinochet's deepest secret, his illicit fortune stashed in a vast array of U.S. bank accounts. The Senate Subcommittee on Investigations, led by Senator Carl Levin, exposed Pinochet's extensive and largely hidden network of U.S. bank and securities accounts, more than 125 accounts containing $26 million. Their investigation revealed that Pinochet had opened the accounts fraudulently, using false passports and fake names as identikation, at a number of banks, the most important of which was the Riggs National Bank. Officials at Riggs had aided and abetted Pinochet's corruption and conspired to circumvent a judicial order from Spain to freeze all of the former dictator's bank accounts after his arrest in London. Bank officials had withheld information from federal investigators about Pinochet's holdings. Moreover, they had arranged to surreptitiously transfer some $8 million of the funds back to Pinochet after he returned to Chile in May 2000. The RST of two reports by the subcommittee, Money Laundering and Foreign Corruption, Enforcement and Effectiveness of the Patriot Act, concluded that Riggs Bank assisted Augusto Pinochet, former president of Chile, to evade legal proceedings related to his Riggs Bank accounts and resisted oversight of these accounts, despite red AGS involving the source of Mr. Pinochet's wealth, pending legal proceedings to freeze his assets, and public allegations of serious wrongdoing by this client. 43. The Senate reports exposed the long relationship between Riggs and the Pinochet regime, dating back to the mid-1970s when the Chilean secret police, DINA, set up clandestine bank accounts in Washington. After those accounts were exposed by the FBI investigation into the Guillermo assassination, the regime moved its banking to Canada. But in 1986, Joseph L. Albritton, the chairman of Riggs, traveled to Chile to meet with the dictator and appeal for the Chilean military to become a client once again. Between 491, 1986 and 2002, Riggs Bank representatives met with Chilean military and government officials at least 6 more times, 4 times with Pinochet personally. Called on General Pinochet in order to express our gratitude for returning the official Chilean military's accounts from Bank of Nova Scotia to Riggs, one internal bank memo written by the SNI Vice President for Latin American Operations reported after a trip in mid-1994. We also offered our personal banking services to General Pinochet and stated that we would also be pleased to make our services available to officers of the Chilean military. 44. In early 1996, Albritton, accompanied by his wife, returned to Chile. They joined Pinochet for a luncheon at the Cavalry School in Quillota, Chile, to watch a special equestrian performance. Albritton sent his appreciation to the general by letter. As a horse enthusiast, your any young cavalry officers, their horses, and the superb performance they put on was excellent. Chile is clearly a very impressive country with an excellent future thanks to you and the policies and reforms you instituted. 45. He then extended an invitation to the general to continue their personal and financial bonding. I would like to thank you for the superb covinks you presented to me, and please know that you would be most welcome to visit my wife Barbie and me at our house in Middleburg, Virginia, where we raise our thoroughbred race horses. 46. Coming to the United States was out of the question for Pinochet, but the bank continued to fawn over his business. On his 82nd birthday he received a card from Riggs President Timothy Coughlin. All of your friends and supporters at Riggs Bank send you our appreciation and congratulations for all you have done for Chile. Please accept our best wishes for every success in your continuing service to Chile in 1998. 47. These solicitations paid off. Within a few years Pinochet's 28 accounts were the 4th largest in Riggs's exclusive private banking department. 48. Pinochet established 7 personal accounts, 4 opened under variants of his name Augusto Ugarte and José Ramón Ugarte, for example, and the other 3 using aliases. Riggs also set up 2 offshore shell corporations, Ashburton Company Ltd and Althorpe Investment, for Pinochet, concealing his identity by listing the beneficiary of the accounts only as a prominent international private banking client. 49 A number of other accounts were set up in the name of his wife, Lucia Hirayart, and the names of military subordinates, who banking records identified as front men for the general. Riggs appeared to take affirmative steps to hide the Pinochet relationship from bank examiners, according to Senate investigators. After Pinochet was arrested in London and his assets ordered frozen, Riggs claimed to be unable to locate any accounts belonging to the former dictator. At the same time, the bank quietly arranged for Pinochet to withdraw $1.6 million from his holdings, monies that allowed him to pay expensive $492 lawyers and the $16,000 a month rental of a large home outside London while he was under house arrest. Once Pinochet returned to Chile, the bank repeatedly sent a courier to personally deliver batches of $50,000 cashier's checks, totaling $1.9 million, to his home. Please ND attached an order from client to issue 10 checks totaling $500,000, stated a memo from Riggs Vice President Carol Thompson in May 2001. Please make each check $50,000, payable to Maria Hirayart and / or Augusto P. Ugarte. In all, Riggs illicitly transferred almost $8 million to Pinochet after his accounts were ordered attached by the courts. 50 among his countrymen, including many Pinochetistas, the Riggs Bank scandal all but ruined Pinochet's image as an honest and incorruptible military officer. Moreover, revelations that he not only had innocent blood on his hands but also presumably stolen state funds in his back pockets revived the legal proceedings against him. The fact that he had arranged to receive dozens of $50,000 checks from Riggs at the very same time he was pleading mental incompetence to stand trial was not lost on Chilean judges, lawyers, and victims, nor on oficiales from the Departamento de Investigación de Delitos Tributarios del Servicio de Impuestos Internos. Investigators from the Chilean equivalent of the IRS promptly launched a major inquiry into tax evasion and fraud. Within 2 months, Chile's internal tax service brought a formal complaint against Pinochet for filing false tax returns. The case was forwarded to Judge Sergio Muñoz, who had already initiated an investigation into fraud, embezzlement, and bribery on charges led by Chilean lawyers Carmen Hertz and Alfonso Insunza. 51 In November 2004, the judge uncovered an additional $4 million in hidden assets, bringing Pinochet's secret fortune to $30 million. When Judge Muñoz questioned both Pinochet and his wife about the source of the money, they claimed, but offered no proof, that the millions had been gifted by supporters of the Pinochet regime. On June 7, 2005, the Santiago Appeals Court stripped Pinochet of his immunity from prosecution for financial offenses related to the Riggs Bank scandal. When the Chilean Supreme Court upheld that ruling in October, it appeared likely that Pinochet would go to trial on 4 charges: obstruction of justice, use of false passports, modification and use of certificates of the War Subsecretariat, and alleged perjury in a 1989 statement concerning his assets. Judge Muñoz then moved to indict other members of Pinochet's family. On August 10, 2005, the former dictator watched as police arrived at his mansion, arrested his wife, and transported her to the police station. His son Marco Antonio Pinochet Hirayart was arrested on charges of serving as an accessory to tax evasion, embezzlement, and fraud. Shortly after those arrests, Pinochet released a statement, taking full responsibility for the acts Judge Muñoz is investigating and deny any in 493 involvement on the part of my wife, my children, or my closest associates. His words proved doubly damning RST, because Pinochet confessed his responsibility for the crimes at hand, and second, because their coherence contradicted his defense attorney's argument regarding Pinochet's mental instability. His statement also failed to stop authorities from issuing additional indictments of members of the family. Indeed, On January 24, 2006, Pinochet's wife and son were indicted on new charges related to the RIGS accounts and placed under house arrest, along with his 3 daughters. Evading detention, his eldest daughter, Inés Lucia Pinochet hired across the border to Argentina and boarded a to Washington's Dulles International Airport. Once the plane landed, she requested political asylum, claiming her family was being politically persecuted in Chile. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials took her into custody for 3 days while she evaluated her options, indefinite incarceration in an immigration detention center while her specious petition was being processed, or immediate return to Chile. On January 27, Ms. Pinochet gave up her bid for political asylum and EU home. Waiting at the Santiago airport was Judge Carlos Cerda, who greeted the fugitive from justice. "Ms. Lucia, how nice that you've arrived. Please come with me so that I can arraign you." 52. Human Rights Prosecution Redux. The corruption proceedings helped to reopen legal efforts to hold Pinochet accountable for his human rights crimes. Not only did his financial deception suggest a high degree of mental acuity, but his legal responses and efforts to defend his family reacted a competent mind. What has changed in this case, with the RIGS scandal, is that Pinochet was interrogated by a judge with the acquiescence of his own lawyers, implicitly admitting that their client is perfectly capable of participating in judicial proceedings, human rights lawyer Eduardo Contreras argued as he renewed efforts to prosecute Pinochet for crimes related to Operation Condor. 53. Pinochet had undermined his own carefully crafted image of enormity by giving an interview in November 2003 to Maria Elvira Salazar, a Cuban-American journalist for Canal 22 WDLP-TV, a Spanish-language Tele-6 station in Miami. The former dictator provocatively referred to himself as an angel while lucidly answering Salazar's questions. He smoothly shifted responsibilities for all human rights abuses onto his subordinates, claiming he was too busy as chief of state to know of, let alone oversee, such atrocities. He expressed himself clearly and even attempted to elicit sympathy from 494. The audience. "I never complain, and I never cry. I carry my grief on the inside," the general calmly remarked. 54. The interview generated a storm of protest in Chile from Pinochet's victims and their lawyers and energized efforts to revisit the Supreme Court's July 2002 ruling that the former dictator was too cognitively challenged to stand trial. Judge Juan Guzman, whose original caravan of death case against the former dictator had been shut down by the Supreme Court decision, decided to pursue new charges of disappearance and murder related to Operation Condor. On August 26, 2004, the Supreme Court narrowly ruled that Pinochet was not immune from prosecution for Condor crimes, giving the green light to new human rights prosecutions. Guzman then moved to address the issue of mental competency. Initially, he believed Pinochet would remain beyond the reach of the law due to mental incapacity. In a handwritten draft of a decision not to pursue a legal judgment, Guzman made sure that history would judge the general instead. A ruling not to indict, he wrote, did not imply that Pinochet Ugarte was not directly and indirectly responsible for the crimes described in detail in the RST reaction of this verdict. He has reigned over a perverse and cruel system of kidnappings, of ruthless torture, of ignominious assassinations and forced disappearances, both of nationals and foreigners, using to this end state agents and dishonoring the armed forces previously known for their respect of the Constitution and the law, and abusively utilizing an apparently legal system to cover up so much pain and so much horror. 55. Eventually, however, Guzman reconsidered the competency question. In an interview with the author, the judge recalled how he had assembled a team of geriatric specialists and psychiatrists to watch the Canal 22 tape and evaluate Pinochet's thought process. They determined that he showed cognitive skills related to reasoning, argument, self-defense, and self-description that belied his lawyer's portrayal of his mental deficits. On December 13, 2004, dozens of Pinochet's victims and dozens of reporters converged on the Tribunal of Justice in downtown Santiago to await Guzman's decision. After registering the paperwork, the judge emerged in the grand foyer of the ornate building and made a statement: General Pinochet has been declared mentally T for standing trial in Chile through all of the phases, investigatory statements, confrontations, etc., and this resolution has a second part: he will be prosecuted as the author of 9 abductions and 1 quali-ed homicide. 56. He ordered Pinochet placed under house arrest. Pandemonium ensued, as the Dossier 95 THIRDs and wives of the disappeared and torture victims besieged the judge with gratitude while reporters pushed for an interview. The new indictments generated front-page headlines around the world. The Condor indictments were only the RST of many. Indeed, over the last 18 months of his life, Pinochet faced one prosecution after another on charges ranging from tax evasion and financial fraud to acts of disappearance and international murder. On June 7, 2005, the Santiago Appeals Court stripped the general's immunity from prosecutions related to the hidden Riggs bank accounts. 1 month later, Pinochet lost his immunity from prosecution for Operation Colombo, the macabre campaign that his regime implemented to cover up the murder and disappearance of some 119 Chilean citizens. On July 8, the appeals court determined that Pinochet was physically and mentally T to stand trial for 2 killings following the 1973 coup by agents of his military regime. In November, the Supreme Court ruled he was T to stand trial for the disappearance of 6 dissidents in 1974. In October 2006, Pinochet was charged with 36 counts of kidnapping, 23 counts of torture, and 1 count of murder for the torture and disappearances at the infamous death camp Villa Grimaldi. That same month he was indicted for the murder of one of his own former henchmen, DINA biochemist Eugenio Barrios, who was disappeared in Uruguay in 1992 to prevent him from testifying in human rights cases. His tortured body was found several years later buried on a beach, making him the last victim of Chile's era of repression. By his 90th RST birthday on November 25, 2006, Pinochet faced no fewer than a half-dozen indictments, as well as multiple ongoing investigations into financial and human rights crimes. Old and in RM, he issued one NAL mea culpa. In a statement read by his wife, Lucia, the general took full responsibility for the atrocities committed during his 17-year regime. Near the end of my days, I want to say that I harbor no rancor for anyone, that I love my country above all, and that I take responsibility for all that was done. 57. His apparent claims of remorse fell on the deaf ears of the Chilean judiciary. Just 2 days later, Pinochet was indicted yet again and ordered placed, yet again, under house arrest on charges related to the execution of 2 bodyguards employed by Salvador Allende. Only the Grim Reaper, it appeared, could spare him a judicial accounting. Death of the dictator. On December 10, 2006, by ironic coincidence, International Human Rights Day, General Augusto Pinochet died from complications of a heart attack. 496. Outside the military hospital in Santiago, Chile, some 2,000 Pinochetistas gathered, sharing both tears and songs. In the Plaza Italia section of downtown Santiago, an even larger crowd of Pinochet detractors celebrated in the streets, shouting, "It's Carnival. The general died." 58. For many human rights activists, however, Pinochet's death represented the ultimate evasion of justice. This criminal had departed, lamented Hugo Gutierrez, a lawyer who represented some of the general's many victims, without ever being sentenced for all the acts he was responsible for during his dictatorship. 59. The Chilean government denied Pinochet a state funeral, citing the atrocities committed under his regime and the criminal indictments he faced at the time of his demise. His funeral, therefore, was organized by the army and held at the Chilean military school. Some senior politicians, businessmen, and former ministers and undersecretaries of the military regime attended, but there was no official pomp and circumstance. It would embarrass Chile's conscience to honor somebody who was involved not only in human rights issues but even in misappropriation of public funds, stated President Michelle Bachelet, herself a victim of the abuses committed by the dictatorship. 60 Inevitably, Pinochet's funeral became a national spectacle. The military ceremony attracted thousands of supporters, several of whom were caught on camera giving the Nazi salute to the deceased ex-dictator. But two attendees, representing opposite sides of Pinochet's bitter legacy, caused a considerable disturbance. The general's grandson Augusto Pinochet Molina, a military man himself, delivered a eulogy that justed at his grandfather's 17-year regime. He lauded his grandfather's heroism as a man who defeated, at the height of the Cold War, the Marxist model, which tried to impose its totalitarian model not by vote, but more directly by force of arms. 61 Furthermore, Augusto III chastised the judges who had been prosecuting Pinochet until the day he died, claiming that they were motivated by notoriety, not justice. 62 Having violated government-imposed guidelines for oration at the funeral, Augusto III was dismissed from the Chilean military 2 days after giving his eulogy. Another grandson also generated headlines at General Pinochet's funeral, albeit for a dramatically different form of farewell. Inaugurating the line of pro-military Chileans paying their NAL respects, Francisco Cuadrado Prats, the grandson of General Carlos Prats and Soa Cuthbert, who had been assassinated by DINA agents in Buenos Aires in 1974, approached the open coffin and spit on the glass covering Pinochet's face. It was a spontaneous act to spit at him, out of revulsion, the young Prats recalled, because he had my grandparents murdered and because of the military honors he was given at his burial. 63 Angry Pinochetistas attacked and beat Prats, who was subsequently arrested for his sacrilegious conduct. But the actions of both Augusto Pino 497 Chet III and Francisco Cuadrado Prats became an emblematic coda to the Pinochet regime, reacting the struggle over his legacy and the enduring divisions of Chilean society almost 2 decades after the return to democracy. To assure no further desecration of the memory of Augusto Pinochet, his family chose to forego a traditional burial crypt. Instead, his remains simply disappeared. At some point, he was cremated. But from the ashes, Pinochet managed to speak one last time to the Chilean people. On December 25, the Pinochet Foundation, established to promote his legacy, made public a 6-page letter that the general had written before his death, a NAL justification for his actions. In the letter, Pinochet claimed that it was necessary to act with maximum rigor to avoid a widening of the CONICT during his regime and that any human rights abuses had not been the result of an institutional plan. 64 He wrote, "How I wish that the action of September 11, 1973, would not have been necessary." 65 Despite this NAL attempt to evade responsibility for the atrocities that would be forever associated with his name, Pinochet seemed to acknowledge that his status in life and in death as a world-class pariah had taken a toll on his soul. "My destiny," he lamented, "is a kind of banishment and loneliness that I would have never imagined, much less wanted." 66. History and accountability. In death, Pinochet had managed to evade facing his many victims in court. But history's judgment would bring the severest condemnation of Augusto Pinochet and his regime. Although the general had imposed an image of himself as a saint-like savior of his country, the saga of his detention, along with the Rigsbank scandal, breached both the impunity of his power and the immunity of his legacy. His house arrest in England had emboldened survivors of human rights violations to break through the conspiracy of silence about Chile's dark and unresolved past. Their voices, along with the declassification of U.S. documents, established a historical record that could no longer be denied or ignored. The drama of the Pinochet case mobilized the human rights movement in Chile and around the world in pursuit of truth and justice to resolve and redress the crimes he and his subordinates had committed. Indeed, although Pinochet managed to escape judicial reckoning, many of his once untouchable lieutenants faced indictments, trials, and imprisonment. In Chile, a new generation of judges seemed intent on bringing charges against former and current military officers for previously unchallengeable human rights atrocities. By early 2013, the Chilean judiciary had put 62 of Pinochet's military men in prison, and convicted an additional 176 for human 498 rights crimes. Another 549 subordinates faced ongoing legal proceedings. 67 The most notable prosecutions included cases against Manuel Contreras, after serving a 7-year sentence for the Lethal TT assassination. The former head of DINA was placed under house arrest in mid-2002 while being prosecuted for the disappearances of prisoners at Villa Grimaldi. On February 25, 2003, Judge Alejandro Solis indicted Contreras for masterminding DINA's RST International assassination, the September 30, 1974, car-bombing assassination of retired General Carlos Prats and his wife, Zoe, in Buenos Aires. In mid-April 2003, Contreras was convicted of atrocities at Villa Grimaldi and sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was then arrested, convicted, and imprisoned a second time in November 2004. On June 30, 2008, Judge Alejandro Solis sentenced Contreras to life in prison after ending him guilty of murdering Carlos and Zoe Prats. He also received a 20-year sentence for a crime of illegal association. Brigadier General Raúl Iturriaga Newman, on February 25, 2003, the former head of DINA's exterior section and his brother Jorge Iturriaga, who served as a civilian DINA agent, were both indicted for their roles in the Prats assassination and placed under arrest. In June 2007, Iturriaga became a fugitive to evade a 20-year sentence for the disappearance of a former political militant, Luis Dagoberto San Martin. In early August of that year, he was captured in Chile's resort town of Vina del Marche. Brigadier General Pedro Espinosa, on February 25, 2003, DINA's deputy director was also indicted for the murder of Carlos and Zoe Prats. In June 2008, Espinosa received several sentences of 15 to 20 years for his involvement with the assassination. General Sergio Arellano Stark, on June 8, 1999, Judge Juan Guzman placed General Arellano, Pinochet's enforcer and designated representative in the Caravan of Death case, under house detention and indicted him for quali-ed kidnappings for the disappearances of 18 victims at the hands of a military death squad he had headed. On September 25, 2000, he was also charged with quali-ed murder. In October 2008, the Chilean Supreme Court ratified a 6-year sentence for his involvement with the Caravan of Death. This sentence, however, was later suspended due to Arellano's poor health. Carlos Herrera Jimenez. Herrera was a CNI hitman tasked by his superior to kill the prominent Chilean trade union leader Tucapel Jimenez. In August 2002, Judge Sergio Muñoz sentenced Herrera to 499 life in prison. 27 other Army, Air Force, and Carabinero officers, including General Fernando Torres Silva, received shorter sentences for the Tucapel Jimenez murder. Air Force General Patricio Campos was arrested in October 2002 for obstructing justice by destroying military evidence designated to be provided to the Mesa Redonda, a military-civilian commission reporting on the fates of 1,100 disappeared Chileans. Retired Army Majors Jamie Torres and Arturo Silva, both were indicted in October 2002 for the Condor-style execution of DINA agent Eugenio Barrios, whose body was found with 2 bullet holes in the back of his neck and buried on a beach in Uruguay in April 1995. Torres had served as General Pinochet's bodyguard. In June 2004, both men were charged with kidnapping and murder. 5 pilots of the Chilean Army Air Command. In November 2003, Judge Juan Guzman indicted the pilots for their role in disappearing an estimated 400 to 500 political prisoners. Guzman's investigation uncovered the gruesome details of Operation Puerto Montt, the secret police system used to transport prisoners from torture camps to the coast, attaching pieces of iron girders to their bodies, putting them in canvas sacks, and dropping them from helicopters into the Pacific Ocean. Former Air Force intelligence agent Rafael Gonzalez, on December 10, 2003, the one-time whistleblower in the Charles Horman case, became the first person to be indicted and arrested as an accomplice to homicide in Horman's death. Gonzalez admitted that he had acted as an interrogator for Chile's military intelligence service after Horman was detained, not as a simple translator, as he had portrayed his role in 1976, when he talked to reporters and revealed that Horman had been executed after the coup. On December 6, 2009, Judge Alejandro Madrid stunned Chileans by ruling that the 1982 death of former President Eduardo Frei had been the result of poisoning by Pinochet's secret police. He issued 6 indictments that included an intelligence agent and a doctor associated with the DINA. 68 and in December 2012, in one of the most dramatic and emblematic of Chile's unresolved human rights cases, Chilean Judge Miguel Vázquez indicted 7 former military officers and a conscript for the execution of the internationally renowned Chilean troubadour Victor Jara. The indictment provided new details on how Jara was shot 44 times in the Estadio Chile sports stadium in the days following the coup. After the return to democracy in Chile, the stadium was renamed Estadio Victor Jara. 500. In addition, other countries around the world led charges against Chilean officers responsible for human rights crimes. In Spain, criminal proceedings continued against more than 3 dozen of Pinochet's subordinates. In Argentina, Enrique Arancibia Clavel, DINA's former station chief in Buenos Aires, was arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison for his role in the September 1974 Prats car bombing assassination. In 2007, Arancibia Clavel was quietly released. In May 2011, he was found stabbed to death in his Buenos Aires apartment. In France, investigative magistrate Roger Leloir issued Interpol arrest warrants for 14 Chilean officers, including 7 prominent DINA officials, for the disappearance of Chileans with French ancestry at the time of the coup as part of Operation Colombo and Operation Condor. Pursuant to these warrants, the former commander of the Tacna Regiment, General Luis Ramirez Pineda, was arrested in Argentina on September 13, 2002. On January 13, 2003, General Ramirez and 7 other army officers were indicted in Chile for the abduction and disappearance of 12 members of the Allende government who were seized by the military at the Moneda Palace on September 11, 1973, taken to the Tacna Regiment, and never seen again. Both the Chileans and the French requested Ramirez's extradition. The United States joined these nations by pressing for justice in the cases of the 3 American citizens murdered or missing in Chile. After face-to-face meetings and communications between their families and the State Departments of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, in April 2000 Secretary of State Albright issued a new démarche to the Chilean government on renewing efforts to resolve the Horman, Turugay, and Weisfiler cases. Ambassador John O'Leary received instructions to approach the administration of Richard Lagos at the highest levels and urge a new investigation. 3 American families remain these many years without full information regarding the disappearance and death in Chile of their loved ones. Read his talking points. They also remain without certain knowledge of who was responsible for these crimes. This diplomatic initiative marked the first time the United States had identified the 2 murders and a disappearance of U.S. citizens in Chile as punishable offenses for which the Chilean government should be held accountable. The U.S. government, according to a diplomatic note, requests that the appropriate authorities of the government of Chile mount a vigorous and thorough investigation aimed at uncovering the facts, and in accordance with Chilean law, prosecuting those responsible. Washington would provide newly declassified documents to assist a criminal inquiry into these cases, the diplomatic note advised. But these documents cannot substitute. 501. For a full investigation into and accounting for the disappearance and death of these individuals, an inquiry which can only be carried out by the government of Chile. Declassified U.S. documents did play a role in moving these cases forward through Chile's complex legal system. In the fall of 2000, the Weisfiler family used the new documentation to successfully petition for the transfer of their case from the local courts into the hands of the special prosecutor in the Pinochet case, Judge Juan Guzman. In December of that year, Joyce Horman traveled to Chile and also petitioned Judge Guzman to assume the Horman and Turugay cases as part of a larger criminal investigation into the military massacre of political prisoners at the National Stadium. Guzman's investigations in the Weisfiler and Horman/Turugay cases generated headlines. In April 2002, he traveled to Colonia Dignidad with a search warrant to look for evidence concerning Boris Weisfiler. In May of that year, he held hearings on the Horman case and the U.S. Embassy's failure to protect American citizens detained in the National Stadium. Guzman created another stir when he submitted a series of questions regarding the U.S. response to the coup to former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. When months went by without a reply, the Chilean judge suggested that Kissinger could be held in contempt of court. 69 But after indicting the former dictator again in December 2004, Judge Guzman retired from the bench, leaving the Pinochet prosecution, as well as the Weisfiler and Horman/Turugay cases, for other judges to pursue. Judge Jorge Zepeda assumed the U.S. cases, but the wheels of justice turned slowly. Almost 7 years passed with little clear movement, despite pressure from the families including yearly visits by Boris's sister Olga to Santiago on the U.S. Embassy to push for a judicial resolution. At the behest of the families, embassy personnel met with the judge periodically to request progress reports, particularly on the fate of Boris Weisfiler. In our several meetings with Judge Zepeda over the past months, we have emphasized to him the importance of the Weisfiler case to Mr. Weisfiler's family, to this embassy, and to the United States government, the U.S. Consul General reported in a December 2005 cable. 28 years after Boris Weisfiler was desaparecido at the hands of Chilean security forces, his whereabouts remained undetermined. But on August 21, 2012, Judge Zepeda announced a legal step forward in the investigation. Citing evidence in declassified U.S. documents, he indicted 8 retired military and police officials on charges of aggravated kidnapping and complicity in Weisfiler's disappearance. The indictment indicated that Chilean security forces had targeted Weisfiler because the color of his hiking clothes resembled paramilitary garb that a leftist guerrilla might wear. But the courtlings provided no evidence of what they had. 502. Done with Weisfiler and consequently brought his family no nearer to a sense of closure. 71 By then, Judge Zepeda had also issued a headline-producing indictment in the murder cases of Charles Horman and Frank Turugay. On November 29, 2011, he charged Brigadier General Pedro Espinosa, already in prison for multiple human rights crimes committed while Deputy Director of DINA, with complicity in the post-coup executions of the 2 Americans. In a surprise move, Zepeda also indicted former head of the U.S. military group Captain Ray Davis, whose contacts with Charles Horman before he disappeared and with his wife, Joyce, after Charles was seized, are depicted in the Oscar-winning movie Missing. In a petition to the Chilean Supreme Court to authorize a request for extradition, Zepeda charged that Davis was responsible for a secret intelligence-gathering investigation of U.S. citizens in Chile. The U.S. military group had allegedly turned over information to the Chilean military casting Horman and Turugay as extremists after the coup. Such intelligence on Turugay, including his address in Santiago, led to his detention on September 20, 1973, Zepeda argued. As depicted in Missing, the conventional wisdom on Horman was that he became a target because he had inadvertently stumbled across proof of U.S. involvement in the coup. But Zepeda's investigation suggested a different scenario. The Chilean military believed that Horman was involved in subversive work with a government LM company, Chile Films, which was under surveillance for its pro-Allende media activities. In its most chilling statement, the indictment alleged that Captain Davis was in a position to override the will of the Chilean military to execute Horman but chose not to do so. On October 18, 2012, the Chilean Supreme Court ruled that Zepeda's legal arguments were sufficient to approve a formal request to Washington for the extradition of Captain Davis. Press reports suggested that he was an Alzheimer's patient in a nursing home in Florida and thus unlikely ever to appear in a Chilean courtroom. But the dramatic indictment of an American military officer, and the evidence behind it, nevertheless refocused international attention on the role played by the U.S. government in the execution of two of its own citizens and in the September 11, 1973, military coup itself. United States accountability. On September 10, 2001, more than 3 decades after the murder of Chilean General René Schneider, 2 of his sons led a comprehensive wrongful death lawsuit against Henry Alfred Kissinger and former CIA Director Rich 503 Ard Helms. 72 The civil complaint, drawing extensively on Declassified U.S. documentation, presented a detailed summary of Track 2, including the White House decisions and covert operations that led to what court papers called General Schneider's summary execution, torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, arbitrary detention, assault and battery, negligence, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and wrongful death. Kissinger's and Helms's activities included the organization and instigation of a military coup d'état in Chile that required the removal of General René Schneider, father of plaintiffs René and Raúl Schneider, according to the Ling. Each of the defendants' deliberate and designed actions were such that the defendants knew or should have known that their acts and omissions would result in the death of General Schneider. On November 13, 2002, 11 post-coup victims and their families led a second civil lawsuit against Kissinger and the U.S. government. This complaint also cited recently declassified documents. According to the suit, the records showed that, with the practical assistance and encouragement of the United States, the Chilean terror apparatus conducted systematic torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, false imprisonment, arbitrary detention, wrongful death, summary execution, assault and battery, forced disappearance, crimes against humanity, violence against women, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and other violations of domestic and international law of which plaintiffs and their relatives are victims. 73. These cases re-acted a growing movement for U.S. accountability in Chile. As early as 1975, when revelations of Track 2 coup plotting and the CIA role in the Schneider killing RST broke in the media, White House and CIA lawyers recognized the danger of legal liability for U.S. officials as high up as the President of the United States. On June 24, 1974, President Ford's White House General Counsel Philip Buchan received a brief from the CIA on Nixon's September 15, 1970, orders to foment a coup in Chile. Buchan showed some concern that this was a documentary tie-in of the president to coup plotting, the CIA's lead attorney reported in a secret memorandum of conversation. As Buchan put it, one who sets in motion a coup attempt can be assessed with the responsibility for the natural and probable consequences of that action. 74 Given the precedent set by the Pinochet case for the globalization of justice to redress human rights crimes, the effort by Chilean victims to hold the United States accountable for their actions appeared inevitable. To be sure. 504. The Chilean military applied the electrodes, pulled the triggers, and dug the secret graves during the dictatorship, but in the eyes of many victims, and many observers around the world, the United States served as an active to tacit accomplice in the denouement of Chilean democracy and consolidation of Pinochet's dictatorship. The declassified U.S. documents revealed long-hidden details of U.S. Chilean relations that could only reinforce this view, particularly as it pertained to the preeminent role of Henry Kissinger between 1970 and 1976. It is, perhaps, poetic justice that the dark past of U.S. policy toward Chile would return to haunt the U.S. policymaker most responsible for the decisions and actions around which that history was made. More than any other official, Kissinger bore the burden of the unresolved and ongoing controversies relating to Chile. Along with his actions in Vietnam and Cambodia, his conduct in Chile would be the Achilles heel of his career, dogging his movements through adverse media coverage and legal action around the world. Indeed, Kissinger would become the RSTUS official to be Pinochet, pursued by the threat of legal proceedings from country to country. 75 During a business trip to Paris in May 2001, a French attorney served Kissinger at his hotel with a summons to testify on the disappearances of Chileans after the coup. In June of that year, Judge Guzman submitted his long list of questions on the Horman case. In August, a federal judge in Argentina, a country where Kissinger traveled often, formally requested U.S. assistance in interrogating the former Secretary of State about his knowledge of Operation Condor. In September, the Schneider family initiated legal proceedings against Kissinger in the United States. And in February 2002, Kissinger was forced to abandon plans to travel to Sao Paulo to receive a prestigious Brazilian award from President Fernando Cardoso after news of his trip sparked street protests and a threat of being held for questioning regarding U.S. and Brazilian involvement in Operation Condor. 76 At home, the Declassified U.S. documents on Chile prompted the news media to revisit U.S. policy and re-examine Kissinger's role. Major programs from CNN to PBS's The NewsHour and CBS's 60 Minutes did segments on the unresolved historical questions of U.S. misconduct in Chile. In press appearances to promote the last volume of his memoirs, Years of Renewal, Kissinger was forced on the defensive. What business did the U.S. have trying to overthrow the president of another country, Mr. Secretary? He was asked on CNN's Cross-Re 77 on the NewsHour. Kissinger was pressed to answer the question, why did you not say to him, you're violating human rights, you're killing people. Stop it. He remained unrepentant. Human rights were not an international issue at the time, the way they have become since. 505. He explained to NewsHour interviewer Elizabeth Farnsworth. Any inference that Washington had to atone for wrongdoing, he added, assumes the policy was immoral or worse, and that I don't accept. 78 For both the Chilean political establishment and victims of Pinochet's repression, Kissinger's attitude left a bitter resentment in bilateral relations with the United States. Those who had suffered horribly under the regime RMLY believed that officials like Kissinger should be held legally accountable for policies that contributed to the wrenching repression so many Chileans had endured. Other Chileans demanded the United States acknowledge and apologize for the flagrant violations of Chilean sovereignty and indifference to the sanctity of Chilean lives. In mid-2000, a caucus of Chilean senators introduced a motion calling for the administration of President Ricardo Lagos to formally protest violations of our sovereignty and dignity. Privately and publicly, Chilean Foreign Ministry officials let it be known that the Clinton administration should clearly acknowledge actions that contributed to changing the course of Chile's history. I think that the reaction of my government at the time was, and still is, that we would like to see along with papers a certain sense of remorse. Juan Gabriel Valdez, Chile's former foreign minister and then ambassador to the United Nations, told the American press. In a public appearance in Washington on September 5, 2001, Ambassador Valdez stated clearly, an apology is appropriate. 79. An accounting vs. accountability. On March 8, 1977, only a few weeks into the new human rights-oriented administration of Jimmy Carter, an obscure State Department official named Brady Tyson attempted to offer an official apology for U.S. intervention in Chile. Speaking at a meeting of the UN Human Rights Commission in Geneva in support of a resolution condemning the Pinochet regime, Tyson noted, "We would be less than candid, and untrue to ourselves and to our people, if the delegation from the United States did not in any discussion of the situation in Chile express its profoundest regrets for the role that some U.S. government officials, agencies, and private groups played in the subversion of the previous, democratically elected, Chilean government, that was overthrown by the coup of September 11, 1973. We recognize that the expression of regrets, however profound, cannot contribute significantly to undoing the suffering and terror that the people of Chile have experienced. We can only say that the great 506 Majority of the American people have always believed in democracy, justice, and freedom for all, and that the policies and persons responsible for those acts have been rejected by the American people. 80. Tyson's statement was honest, candid, and direct. It was also publicly repudiated and quickly retracted by his State Department superiors and the White House. Tyson was immediately recalled from Geneva and received a sharp rebuke. U.S. officials claimed his remarks were neither appropriate nor accurate and had not been cleared beforehand. A generation later, another set of State Department officials once again considered the possibility of an official acknowledgement of U.S. culpability in Chile's tragedy. With the NAL release of Declassified records scheduled for November 2000, the Office of Policy Planning perceived both the necessity and the opportunity to take a step toward closure of a shameful and scandal-ridden chapter of U.S. foreign policy. In October, Director Morton Halperin proposed that the official statement accompanying the NAL release include a paragraph directly acknowledging a U.S. contribution to the coup and expressing official regret. There were some of us who thought we owed them a straightforward apology, Halperin later stated. Theodore Picone, Deputy Director of Policy Planning, recalled that he drafted simple, concise language, essentially stating that the United States bears responsibility and expresses regrets for events contributing to the coup and the resulting human rights violations. To carry the necessary political weight, he and Halperin pushed for the statement to be issued by the White House and signed by President Bill Clinton. 81. A presidential admission of foreign policy wrongdoing had preceded, in May 1999, following the declassification of documents revealing how Washington aided and abetted the brutal Guatemalan military. Clinton gave a speech in Guatemala City stating that Washington's support for military forces or intelligence units which engaged in violent and widespread repression was wrong, and the United States will not repeat that mistake. But other bureaus in the State Department, as well as the intelligence community and the NSC, opposed any similar statement on Chile. The Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, represented by Kurt Strubel, argued that the policy planning language went too far and would create an uproar in Chile. U.S. Ambassador to Santiago John O'Leary agreed that the statement should be watered down. The State Department's legal office opposed any admission of regret, as one official involved in the debate remembered, because this could cause liability problems for former U.S. policymakers. The NAL crafting of a short two-sentence paragraph meant to convey U.S. government contrition while avoiding all reference to wrongdoing fell to 507. Arturo Valenzuela, the Chilean-born special advisor to the President on Latin America. Through a series of linguistic compromises, Valenzuela broadened and softened the phraseology. The word undermined in reference to Chile's democratic traditions was replaced with affected. Instead of admitting that Washington had undercut the cause of human rights, the statement left that to readers of the Declassified documents to determine. After much debate and many emails between the White House and State Department, the NAL, somewhat contorted, language read. One goal of the project is to put original documents before the public so that it may judge for itself the extent to which U.S. actions undercut the cause of democracy and human rights in Chile. Actions approved by the U.S. government aggravated political polarization and affected Chile's long tradition of democratic elections and respect for constitutional order and the rule of law. Instead of carrying the imprimatur of the president, in the end the office of the White House press secretary simply released an unsigned statement. As the NAL, symbolic document in the Clinton administration's Chile Declassification project, the press statement fell far short of acknowledging the contribution U.S. foreign policy had made to the national and human horror experienced in Chile, and AC knowledge meant necessary for Chileans and Americans to gain closure on a painful history. With the Declassified documents, the United States had provided an accounting but without a full acceptance of accountability. That accounting nevertheless established a voluminous historical record, an invaluable body of evidence that would forever inform U.S. citizens, the international community, Chileans, and, even 40 years after the coup, ongoing legal proceedings to judge the atrocities of Pinochet's military regime. The documentation significantly contributed to what Chilean human rights investigators called the cleansing power of the truth, offering the accountability of a collective historical memory when judicial accountability appeared insufficient. If, in the end, we are unable to take to trial those who were responsible, at least memory will provide a historical trial for them, one survivor of Pinochet's torture camps concluded with simple eloquence. 82 For Pinochet and those U.S. policymakers who supported his regime, there might never be a courtroom verdict, but the Declassified records would help to render the damning verdict of history. Afterward. Kissinger's response. In the fall of 2003, just a few weeks after the RST edition of this book was published, an article titled Kissinger and Chile, The Myth That Will Not Die, appeared in a conservative magazine, Commentary. Written by American Enterprise Institute analyst Mark Volkoff, the article was an open defense of Henry Kissinger's role in Chile and an effort to debunk the myth, supposedly perpetuated by this book and others, about the contribution of his policies to the overthrow of Salvador Allende's government. Volkoff drew on special access to still classified Telkin's transcripts of Kissinger's telephone conversations that he secretly recorded during his tenure in OVSE, and then took with him into retirement that the former Secretary of State kindly let me review, Volkoff wrote. Since there were not that many transcripts related to Chile, Volkoff concluded that Chile was not an important part of Kissinger's agenda between 1970 and 1973. Nevertheless, he argued, these documents helped reconstruct the true course of events. The article highlighted Kissinger's phone conversation with Nixon on September 16, 1973, VE days after the coup, which supposedly disproved the most important myth that the United States was complicit in the military coup that overthrew Allende. In that conversation, Volkoff asserted, the president exhibited no sense of complicity with the coup makers themselves when he suggested to Kissinger that we didn't, as you know, our hand doesn't show on this one, though. To which Kissinger replied, as Volkoff reconstructed the true course of these events, we didn't do it. Readers of this edition of the Pinochet file, published on the 40th anniversary of the coup, will know that Kissinger actually said much more than that to Nixon. The transcript of the Kissinger-Nixon conversation was declassified in May 2004, pursuant to a lawsuit prepared by my organization, the National Security Archive, against the State Department for allowing Kissinger to walk away with 30,000 pages of official government records. 530. That were not his to take. The Telkin revealed the context of Nixon's remark that our hand doesn't show on this one, though. He and Kissinger were commiserating over the fact that they couldn't openly take, and receive, credit in the media as heroes for Allende's overthrow, as the Eisenhower administration had after the CIA-sponsored military coup against the Arbenz government in Guatemala in 1954. The Telkin also revealed Kissinger's full response to Nixon, we didn't do it. I mean we helped them. Created the conditions as great as possible. To which the President of the United States replied, that's right. By deliberate omission, Volkoff misrepresented the historical record on U.S. intervention in Chile. U.S. operatives did not command the tanks or pilot the jets that assaulted La Moneda Palace on September 11, 1973. Hence Kissinger's statement that we didn't do it. But Washington helped the coup plotters, before and after Chile's bloody 9/11. Kissinger's policies, and CIA operations designed to destabilize Allende's ability to govern, overtly and covertly contributed to creating the conditions as great as possible in which a coup would likely take place and succeed. These inconvenient truths could not be part of Kissinger's message as he sought to manipulate the debate over the true history of U.S. involvement in Chile. On the 30th anniversary of the coup, the effort his OVSE made to obfuscate and deny the facts reacted just how important Chile was, and remains, in the controversial annals of U.S. foreign policy. Facilitating the Volkoff article was part of Henry Kissinger's larger effort to confront the problems created by the historical record that began to emerge in the aftermath of Pinochet's arrest and the Clinton administration's special Chile Declassification project. Kissinger's lawyer, William D. Rogers, a distinguished and respected former State Department official, RST became concerned when the CBS News show 60 Minutes ran a hard-hitting segment based on a draft of Chapter 1 of this book on Kissinger's role in the CIA plot that led to the assassination of Chilean General René Schneider in October 1970. Broadcast on September 9, 2001, the program drew on recently declassified CIA documents and on a civil lawsuit for wrongful death that the Schneider family led against Kissinger on September 10, 2001. The critical publicity generated by the CBS program and the lawsuit was immediately overtaken by the catastrophic events on September 11, 2001. But the issue of Chile's legacy and Kissinger's reputation did not go away. Rogers was further outraged by Secretary of State Colin Powell's statement in February 2003 that Chile was not part of American history that we, afterward 531, are proud of. Powell was implying that the U.S. was morally responsible for what happened in Chile, Rogers later told the Washington Post. He bought the myth. With the 30th anniversary of the coup approaching, as well as the publication of this book, Rogers had obtained an advance galley copy in preparation for a public debate with me. The Falkhoff article would address that myth and aggressively defend Kissinger's image. The plan was for the article to be published in the prestigious Council on Foreign Relations journal, Foreign Affairs. But the journal's then editor, James Hogue, rejected it as too narrow a defense of Kissinger. Instead, he tasked the Council's renowned Latin America specialist Kenneth Maxwell to address the larger issues of the debate over Chile in a lengthy review of the Pinochet file. That review, titled The Other 9/11, The United States and Chile, 1973, appeared in the November-December 2003 issue of Foreign Affairs. It did not attract much attention. Maxwell barely referred to the book. Instead, he wrote an essay drawing on the contents of the Pinochet file that highlighted the new evidence in the Schneider case and Washington's efforts to undermine Allende. From information in the RST2 chapters of the book, Maxwell concluded that there is no doubt that the United States did all that it could to bring Allende down. His review also delved into Kissinger's knowledge of Operation Condor and the implications of that knowledge on the assassination in Washington of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Mofty in 1976. As I wrote in Chapter 6, Kissinger had learned of Operation Condor, the Southern Cone rendition and assassination program led by the Chilean secret police, in early August 1976. 3 weeks later his top aides had pressed him to approve a secret démarche to Pinochet and other leaders of Condor nations to desist from international murder operations, but the U.S. ambassadors in those countries never actually delivered the warning. Instead, Kissinger appeared to withdraw the démarche. On September 20, his deputy, Harry Schlotteman, instructed the U.S. ambassadors to take no further action on delivering the démarche because there have been no reports in some weeks indicating an intention to activate the Condor scheme. The very next morning, Letelier and Mofty were assassinated by a car bomb. Maxwell's review bolstered my contention that Condor's bald act of terrorism in downtown Washington, D.C., could have and should have been detected and deterred. Kissinger read the review and was not pleased, as the Washington Post later reported. Indeed, he phoned the chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, Peter Peterson, to complain. Peterson then called Hogue at Foreign Affairs and passed on Kissinger's objections. William Rogers then penned a forcefully worded response, which appeared in the next issue of the journal. 532. In his letter, Rogers blamed both Maxwell and me for promoting the myth that the United States was involved in Schneider's death and the coup itself. This myth was lovingly nurtured by the Latin American left and refreshed from time to time by contributions to the literature like Peter Kornbluh's The Pinochet File and Kenneth Maxwell's review of that book, he noted. With a bit of tongue-in-cheek, Rogers dismissed Maxwell's assertion that the United States had done all it could to overthrow Allende as an injustice to regime changers in the U.S. government, past and present. What really bothered Kissinger's lawyer, however, was Maxwell's assessment of the new evidence on Kissinger's knowledge of Operation Condor and the implications for the Letelier Mofty assassination. Rogers disputed the assertion that Kissinger's Condor démarche had never been delivered. Kissinger's warning was delivered in robust fashion to the Argentine president. There are cables to prove it. And probably to Pinochet's underlings in Santiago. For Kissinger's OFCE, it was important to win the historical debate on whether a terrorist attack in the nation's capital could have been thwarted. Along with Rogers' letter, Maxwell's rebuttal ran in the January-February 2004 issue of Foreign Affairs. He responded that the Declassified documents published in the Pinochet file cut very close to home for Kissinger as well as Rogers, who had served as Kissinger's Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America in the mid-1970s when Operation Condor was formed. Drawing on my book And the Condor Years by John Dinges, the world's leading expert on Condor, Maxwell made clear that the Letelier-Mofty assassination was a tragedy that might have been prevented. The debate over this history was so important, he suggested dramatically, that a truth commission on Chile should be established to divulge the full historical record on the outstanding questions, rather than answers being extracted painfully like rotten teeth. When I read William Rogers's letter, I considered it a challenge to the book as well as the review. He had cited Kornbluh and Maxwell in virtually every paragraph. Moreover, his letter contained factual inaccuracies in a number of places, particularly on the Letelier-Mofty case. I placed a call to Foreign Affairs and spoke with one of Hoag's deputy editors, saying that I wanted to provide my own response to Rogers's letter in the March-April issue. What I was told surprised and, to be honest, angered me. Another letter would appear in the next issue from Rogers. I would not be allowed to respond, but lest I feel bad about that, neither would Foreign Affairs' own reviewer, Ken Maxwell. Rogers would have the NAL word. Rogers' second letter forcefully attacked not only Maxwell's arguments but also his integrity. Rogers accused Maxwell of bias and distortions. He objected to the outrageous implication that he, Schlotterman, or Kissinger, afterward 533 could have prevented the Condor terrorist attack in Washington, D.C. Maxwell had misread Schlotterman's September 20 cable. He claimed, the cable instructed that no further action should be taken to warn Pinochet and the Condor nations to halt international assassination operations. That meant, according to Rogers, that action had already been taken to warn them. Schlotterman was responding to another message which is nowhere to be found, Rogers wrote, implying that the missing message contained information on how the démarche had already been distributed. Maxwell was dishonoring Schlotterman by implying he had the temerity to countermand a direct, personal instruction from Kissinger, and do it behind his back while Kissinger was out of the country. Maxwell didn't understand Kissinger's stewardship at the State Department, Rogers asserted. Such are the absurdities of this myth, he wrote, but they are absurdities that strike at the heart of character and reputation. William Rogers was correct, Schlotterman would not have countermanded Kissinger's instructions. To the contrary, he would have faithfully implemented them. The important gap in the heartbreaking historical record on the Letelier-Mofty assassination was why the démarche was not delivered when it should have been, when it could have halted a terrorist attack, and when and why Kissinger had clearly instructed Schlotterman to rescind it. A full understanding of what had happened was imperative not only for the families of victims but also for the United States as a country. Agents had come to our nation's capital and committed an act of international terrorism. For the sake of national security, it was important to know exactly how that had occurred and whether it could have been prevented. I knew, liked, and respected William Rogers, who died of a heart attack in September 2007, we had worked closely together on a historical project on his secret diplomacy to establish better relations with Cuba. I initiated an email exchange with him at this point to suggest that his interpretation of these events could not be correct. For the sake of truth and historical justice, I urged him to assign Kissinger's private archivist to review his papers day by day from late August to September 20, 1976, to locate the records that would explain what Maxwell called the cruel coincidence of the démarche being withdrawn just hours before an egregious act of terrorism occurred in downtown Washington, D.C. At the same time, my organization, the National Security Archive, redoubled efforts to obtain the declassification of the relevant records. I led a series of FOIAs for cables and memos from that time period relating to communications between Schlotterman and the U.S. ambassadors in the Condor. 534 nations. And eventually, we obtained a handful of documents that shed considerable light on what had happened. It turns out that the ambassador in Uruguay, Ernest Siracusa, had joined the ambassador in Chile, David Popper, in objecting to delivering the démarche. In Chile, we already knew that Popper had responded that Pinochet would take as an insult any suggestion that he was involved in assassination plots. The new records showed that Siracusa also resisted. He feared for his personal safety if he issued such a warning to Uruguay's generals. Instead, he suggested that Kissinger's office deliver the démarche to the Uruguayan ambassador in Washington. The new documents I obtained revealed that on August 30, 1976, Schlotterman wrote a secret memo to Kissinger, titled Operation Condor, seeking authorization to instruct Siracusa that he should proceed to deliver the démarche in Montevideo. What we are trying to head off is a series of international murders that could do serious damage to the international status and reputation of the countries involved, Schlotterman advised Kissinger. On September 16, 1976, Kissinger responded to the Operation Condor memo via a cable from Lusaka, where he and Rogers were traveling. The Secretary of State declined to approve message to Montevideo, the cable stated, and instructed that no further action be taken on this matter. This was the missing message that Rogers referred to in his Foreign Affairs letter. This was Kissinger's instruction to Schlotterman, which he faithfully reiterated, word for word, in his September 20 cable, rescinding the démarche. If Kissinger had been seriously interested in establishing the true historical record during the bitter debate in foreign affairs, he could have easily retrieved this document. Instead, the missing cable was discovered by my intrepid colleague Carlos Osorio in an electronic database of thousands of recently declassified State Department records. When we posted it on the Archives website in April 2010, the cable generated headlines around the world. Through emails and meetings, Ken Maxwell tried to convince the powers that be at Foreign Affairs to allow him to respond to Rogers's attack on his integrity. On January 30, 2004, he met with Hogue to discuss the issue. According to Maxwell, Hogue told him that Kissinger's powerful friend Maurice Greenberg, honorary vice chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations and chairman of AIG, had called and yelled at him for 30 minutes. Hogue said he was under intense pressure from Kissinger to terminate the debate in the pages of the journal. Maxwell wrote a response to Rogers's afterward 535-second letter anyway. When Hogue refused to print it, Maxwell took an unusual step of protest for a high-up chair in a leading establishment think tank. In May 2004, he resigned. Maxwell not only resigned, he wrote a 30-page tell-all history of the behind-the-scenes saga of Kissinger's effort to pressure Foreign Affairs into limiting a full and free debate on Chile. His report, The Case of the Missing Letter in Foreign Affairs, Kissinger, Pinochet, and Operation Condor, was based on emails, memos of conversation, and information from colleagues that Maxwell had meticulously collected as the controversy evolved. It included his rebuttal to Rogers that his editor had refused to publish. Both Maxwell's resignation and the publication of his monograph on the website of the prestigious David Rockefeller Center at Harvard University generated an extraordinary amount of publicity. On June 5, 2004, the New York Times ran the RST of two stories on the controversy, Kissinger assailed in debate on Chile, quoting Maxwell's leaked resignation letter, which accused the Council of Foreign Relations of stirring debate on American intervention in Chile during the 1970s as a result of pressure from former Secretary of State Henry A. Kissinger. The Nation ran a long story as well, titled The Maxwell Affair. The scandal endured into early 2005, when the Washington Post published a dramatic 2.5-page spread titled The Plot Thickens, with a huge photograph of Kissinger shaking General Pinochet's hand on the front page of the Style section, along with an image of the cover of the Pinochet file. Indeed, as the Kissinger controversy spread, the book and Maxwell's review of it received significant and positive media coverage. Ironically, in an effort to steer discussion of the book, Kissinger actually generated a lot of it. Most important, his ill-conceived actions fueled the debate over the U.S. role in Chile and brought national attention to the need to declassify all of the still classy edley on this important, but still bitterly contested, history. I am not the issue here. Chile, Condor, and Kissinger are, Maxwell wrote in his letter that Foreign Affairs refused to print. The way to clarify the record is to release it in full, not to close off debate by accusations of myth-making, accusations of bias. As Kissinger's reaction to the Pinochet file shows, Chile remains a battleground over the dark abuses of power, enabled by the dark abuses of secrecy. But 40 years after the military coup, the effort to declassify, debate, and understand these troubling events of history must continue precisely because the issues of atrocity and accountability remain immediately relevant to the global discourse over U.S. foreign policy and human rights in the present day. Inevitably, the struggle to uncover the past is a struggle to enlighten the future. Acknowledgements. On September 12, 1973, a Chilean schoolmate of mine at Pioneer High in Ann Arbor, Michigan, came to our class in tears. She had been up all night with her family trying to reach relatives in Santiago by phone and listening to reports of the coup d'état on shortwave radio. The teacher asked her what she had heard about events in her homeland and she gave a grave and desperate report. The president, Salvador Allende, was dead, the military had taken over, people were being shot in the streets, the future of her beautiful country shattered. That girl, Eliana Loveluck, deserves much credit for my interest and work on Chile over the ensuing 30 years. She provided my insight into the personal pain and suffering, the sense of human and national loss for Chileans, as well as the hope and political tenacity to GHT against General Pinochet and his atrocities. It was through her experience and our close friendship that I understood my own responsibility, and that of my country, in addressing and redressing what our government had done in Chile. Along the way there have been many others whose dedication, courage, and commitment have inspired and informed my pursuit of the full history of the U.S. role in Chile. They form part of a broad, international community of activists, politicalgers, and victims of the Pinochet regime who coalesced around the issues of human rights and the restoration of democracy in Chile. Those who suffered directly at the hands of Pinochet's repression and terrorism, but stood up to lead the GHT for justice, peace, and dignity in Chile have been both my heroes and teachers. Michael Moff took me under his wing at the Institute for Policy Studies and taught me about research, writing, and the purpose of being a public scholar. Isabel Leitlier provided me with a dignified model of grace and fortitude in her dedication to the cause of human rights. Murray and Hilda Carpin were tutors of the calm passion and commitment that their daughter, Ronnie, shared with the world. Veronica de Negri demonstrated the courage of raw emotional dedication to the memory of her son, my young friend Rodrigo Rojas. Joyce Horman taught me the true meaning of dedication, stamina, and love in her 30-year effort to resolve the case of her murdered husband, Charles. Similarly, Olga Weisfeiler read the meaning of tenacity in her quest to end her missing brother, Boris. It has been a great honor to have learned from, and worked with, these remarkable individuals over the years. Along the long road to writing this book, I am fortunate to have had many mentors. At the Institute for Policy Studies, a remarkable organization that raised me and so many other young people politically and professionally, the one and only Saul Landau gave me my RST writing assignment on Chile and made sure I understood the need to, as he would say, stir the waters. Robert Borisage demonstrated, again and again, the patience of strategic politicking to effectively speak truth to power. Richard Barnett quite simply taught me how to reduce complicated history to a readable, written page. Others who took the time to educate me through collaborations, assignments, and the sharing of wisdom and experience, or authored pivotal works on Chile that guided my thinking, include John Dinges, Joseph Eldridge, Seymour Hersh, Sam Buffone, Michael Tigar, Lynn Bernaby, Lawrence Barcella Jr., Taylor Branch, Patricia Darien, Mark Schneider, Robert Scherer, George Lister, Abraham Lowenthal, James Petras, Morris Morley, Richard Fagan, Patricia Fagan, Richard Feinberg, Roger Burbach, Patricia Flynn, Steve Vogt, Noel Ojeda, Ariel Dorfman, Enrique Eckerberg, and Maria Angelica Prats, Juan Pablo Leitlier, Sergio Bitter, Carlos Portales, Alicia Fruman, and Jose Pepez A. Laquette. They and so many others are the true pioneers of work on human rights in Chile and U.S. policy toward Pinochet, in whose steps I've tried to follow. I will always be grateful to them and the power of their work. There are two special people who, in their own way, truly made this book possible. The RST is Juan Garces, a Spanish lawyer, former aide to Salvador Allende, and tenacious advocate of justice, whose singular efforts to hold Augusto Pinochet accountable for his crimes brought about his stunning arrest in October 1998. Garces has set the standard for the pursuit of memory and justice. Without his quest to hold the perpetrators of crimes against humanity in Chile accountable, Pinochet would never have been arrested in London, and the Clinton administration would never have been forced to declassify the U.S. documents on Chile. The second person is the executive director of the National Security Archive, Tom Blanton. Tom graciously gave me the extended time necessary to complete this book, and remained extraordinarily supportive as the project was delayed by the terminal illness of my Acknowledgements 543 father. I will always be appreciative of his innate patience, and his continuing faith in the outcome long before the manuscript was completed. Founded by the creative genius of Scott Armstrong, under Tom's astute direction, the National Security Archive has developed into an extraordinary group of forensic historians dedicated to exhuming the hidden history of U.S. foreign policy and making it available as evidence in the court of public opinion and debate. It is one hell of a great place. For their work, all of my colleagues at the archive deserve the fullest acknowledgement for building this marvelous organization. My utmost gratitude goes to those who have contributed to this work: Bill Burr, who shared his Kissinger documents with me; Carlos Osorio, who has made a major contribution to uncovering the secrets of Operation Condor; Kate Martin, who played a behind-the-scenes role in getting the documents declassified; Raphael Cohen and Carla Humid, who helped with research; and Sue Bechtel, who always knew where everything was. In addition, I owe thanks to many other people who have helped me over the last several years. From Chile, Pascal Bonnefoy made a major contribution through research, translations, and advice. William Leo Grande graciously spent time reading and commenting on the manuscript. Stacy Jonas and Sarah Anderson at the Institute for Policy Studies guided me to key records, clips, and let. Reed Brody, David Sugarman, and Richard Wilson provided documents and interpretation on international law and the Pinochet case. Katrina vanden Heuvel sent me to London to cover the Pinochet case for The Nation. David Korn also let me raid his LE4 documents on the CIA and Chile, and then prodded me to Nalinish. Any acknowledgements would be incomplete without giving credit to the Clinton administration for the vast amount of work that went into the Chile declassification project. The President, his National Security Advisor, Sandy Berger, and his Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, deserve significant credit, as does Morton Halperin at Policy Planning, who pushed the idea of the special release, and his deputy Ted Picone, who drafted the White House tasker. All the members of the interagency working group that implemented the President's directive should be hailed for the thousands of hours of work that went into ending, reviewing, and processing these records for declassification. A very, very special thanks to IWG Director William Leary, Arturo Valenzuela, Peter Higgins, Hal Eisner, Robert Ward, Milton Charlton, Brad Wegman, Carol Keeley, Nancy Smith, Gary Stern, Diana Valderrama, Curtis Strubble, David Kamerling, Paulo de Rosa, John Bellinger, Frank Mackach, Norman Boughton, Lee Strickland, and John Hamilton. Others whose names I don't know served on the IWG, and retired officials such as Robert Stephen and Frederick Smith returned on a temporary basis to review documents for declassification. Ambassador John O'Leary gets kudos for recommending the documents be posted on a special State Department website, and Congressman Maurice Hinchey also deserves major credit for his role in pressing for the CIA to release new information on covert action in Chile. Each and every one of them, along with the still secret authors of the CIA's Hinchey report, deserve high praise for the patriotic contribution they have made to the history of U.S. foreign policy and Pinochet's atrocities in Chile. The Ford Foundation deserves my deep appreciation for the support and encouragement they have given the Archives Chile documentation project over the years. Just a few weeks before Pinochet's arrest, the then head of Ford's Santiago office, Alexander Wild, gave our project a grant to do a website of declassified documents. Augusto Varas and Martin Abrego funded our campaign to get the documents declassified and to process them once they were. Along with Ford, the ARCA Foundation has provided us with the ongoing support that made this work possible. I tip my hat to the professionals at the New Press who literally make these books possible. Andrei Schifrin and my editor Diane Wachtel were tremendously patient in waiting for the manuscript. Beth Slovic and Sarah Fan walked the book through the production process. Jay Crowley and Kelly too made the reproduction of the documents possible, and Brian Lipovsky and Andrew Hudak at Westchester Book compositionalized the text. I am also grateful to Julie McCarroll for handling the marketing aspects of this book. Finally, let me give a written embrace to my family for their unique support over the last several years. My dear and special companera, Kathy Silverstein, turned her dining room and kitchen table over to this book for longer than any life partner should have to endure. She gave me all the support, encouragement, diversion, and love necessary for my mind and body to go forward. Thank you so much for putting up with me and with thousands of pages of documents scattered everywhere. Much thanks also to my mom, Joyce Kornbluh, in whose deep footsteps as a historian I have followed, and my sisters, Jane and Kathy, to my uncle and aunt Sol and Betty Kornbluh, who have been so kind and generous as this work has progressed, and to my cousin Martin for his curiosity and interest in my work. In many ways this book is inspired by, and really written for, my wonderful son, Gabriel Kornbluh, who is half Chilean and thus carries a heritage from both countries that dominate this work. Gabe, consider this my personal contribution to your education and understanding of the history of the two nations you are a part of and that are a part of you. You will play a role in the future of both, a future that is hopefully far more positive than the past. Acknowledgements 545. In the end, however, this book is dedicated to my father, Hyman Kornbluh, who died on May 25, 2001, as it was being written. It is difficult to put into words the meaning of his contribution to guiding me, in both my formative and adult years, to a place where this work became possible. Without him, there would have been no conscience, no commitment, no outrage, nor a sense of injustice. From him I learned what goodness in a man, in a community, and in a world could conceivably be. I am so sorry, Dad, you are not here to read these pages, but I know you knew what they would say. Washington, D.C. May 25, 2003.